chat. We're going to be live a little bit, but I want to let this song play in one more. Chat, it's so good to see you, chat. Probably gonna start a little bit, chat. Hey, hello, everybody. Ooh, it's so good to see you. Hello, everybody. Oh, why is it so dark? Oh, you know what? I changed the gamma on this thing last time. Let me change that. You know what? Now I remember what happened. Let me change the brightness back. Change the gamma back to normal. Hello, everybody. Is Found You a soundboard? Of course I am. Hello. Come to the light, everybody. Ooh, my chain is not out usually like it normally is. Hold up. How you doing? How? Hello. I'm trying to fiddle with the gain a little bit on the microphone to just make sure that you guys can hear me when I am. Oh, but you can hear that as much. Can you hear that more? See, I turned the gain down so you guys don't hear. Is it this one? Yeah. So I turned the gain down so you guys don't. You can still hear it. So you don't hear the tippy tappies I do as much. But the problem is you guys can't hear me when I'm further away. So it's very hard and I have to really project. And it is kind of annoying. But hello, everybody, and welcome back to a very special episode of the Op Log. I'm your host, FalGEXE, coming to you live from FalG Op Log. You know what? I forgot the intro today. I forgot the intro. Your one-stop shop for everything commentary, news, and research on the internet. I don't know if anybody's joining me today. That's perfectly fine. But, chat, it is an interesting time. There have been many things going on the internet. We're going to be talking all about hold up. There we go. It like died. It like died this time around. I had to like unplug it or replug it like 3 times. This is not a great motion either. But yes. I don't know if anyone's joining me today, but I will like have a conversation about it. About some other things too. The game is all the way down. But yes. There's a lot to do with Pirate Software. There's a lot of updates to the Pirate Software story that I don't know how much I'm going to be able to get to it and through it. There's tweets, there's swatting updates allegedly. There's potentially a lawsuit, as so I'm heard, but I'm not entirely sure about that one. There's a lot to the Pirate Software story that I'm very, very confuddled by right now. But yes. Obviously, some public service announcements because I think it's. I promised myself I wouldn't laugh too much. I promise. Okay. Whew. So, as many of you know in the Discord, the girlies are fighting. So, okay. Listen. I'm gonna be very real. It is comical that it's comical that one thread in my server has become the place where where bigger creators than myself take snipes at each other. It is quite comical. Obviously, if you don't know, if you're not in the server, I'll make the public small announcement because I do think that it's funny. You know, goddammit, Malcolm and Lio Convoy have been fighting in my server for God knows how long at this point. I want to say it's like 3-4 days. Lio tells him to kill himself every 5 minutes because that's all he's gonna say. And Malcolm, to Malcolm's credit, funny person. Just giving like the girly snipes back and telling Lio that he's gonna die of coronary heart disease, essentially. Which, to be fair, I don't see the difference between. If you're saying that somebody is going to die because they're fat, and the other person's just telling you to the KYS, to me, there's no distinction because you're doing the same thing. You are just saying it just to shock the other person, which, to be fair, is funny. I don't personally like give a shit. That like it's going on. Chat, I'm gonna let you in on a secret. It's funny. They are dancing like little clowns for me. It's listen, I'm gonna take the headset off for a second because do I need it? No, I'm not listening to anything. They do dance like little clowns for me. It is for my personal amusement at this point and nobody else's. It is funny. I don't hate either of them, personally speaking. I'm pretty sure I haven't watched it. I'm sure Malcolm has complaints about something. I wouldn't know. All I will say is like, yeah, I don't particularly care. I'd still grab a pint with the guy. I believe he likes Guinness. I also like Guinness. Would still grab a pint with him. Have a beer, have a talk. I know he's a big concert goer. I don't really go to like festivals and stuff. That'd be dope. I don't really know about that stuff. I did like I've said this all the time. I was an opera kid. So operas, musicals, things like that. Big thing. This is like the funniest thing that I could say. It is funny. It is kind of hilarious to see them dance at one another. I'm trying to think if there's anything else with that. Oh, this is like the small thing, I guess I'll say to it all. Probably by Friday of this week. So today is Wednesday, July 9th. Probably by Friday, the end of the work week for me. Yeah, Nurtromancer, yeah, I'll tell you why later. I probably by the Friday at the end of the week, I'll probably just lock the Psy thread. Just like personally speaking, Oh, is he sober? I didn't know that. It's a non-alcoholic pint? I didn't know that. That's based. Like, straight the fuck up, that's based. I know he doesn't like weed, and like to be fair, I don't particularly like it either. You can smoke it on your own. That's perfectly fine if it's legal in your country and or state. You can use it on your own if it's legal in country and your state. It's just personally there like people believe that there's no addiction to marijuana. As someone who worked in addictions medicine for a long time, there are people that can be addicted to marijuana. It's just, you know, you can have a physiological dependence to it. It's not the same thing with the same withdrawal symptoms, but I digress. I'm just saying that I agree with him on that, actually. So I think a lot of people use substances as a crutch, and I get it. A lot of people don't have access to mental health services, which does suck. Legitimately does suck. But again, if he's sober, more power to him, because it's being sober is a conscious decision, and it should always be respected. As somebody who worked in addictions, yeah, any consumable can be addictive. Yeah, again, it's not like I don't really give a shit if you use. Just use responsibly. If you do have a medical condition and it helps with your chronic pain, you know, make sure that like you're using responsibly. That's always my thing. Please don't drink and drive. Please don't smoke and drive. Holy shit, please don't do that. I get like really fucking infuriated. I've probably discussed this like once or twice. Do you mean psychological addiction? There are some studies that show that people have a physiological response to the absence of marijuana, specifically in their GI tract, if I remember correctly, because prolonged. Oh God, this has been years, so don't quote me on it. But it's been years ago. Prolonged interaction with cannabinoids and the absence thereof can actually they'll slow peristalsis, which essentially is your body's process of the movement of food from waste into fecal matter into out of your body, and that goes on in your gut. It can actually slow that when you don't use, or overuse can also do it. Yes, Rush, your name is on screen.
My name is on the screen.
Yes, it is. Thank you, buddy. So that's actually like a thing that people may or may not know about. So, it also does make you hungry. Don't get me wrong, but there are some studies that show that potentially there may be an absence of hunger due to a rush of cannabinoids. Yeah, yes it can. Yeah, Arena B. Yeah. And it's like always please if you use a substance that is for medicinal purposes, please just remember to use responsibly. Please do it under the guise of a licensed physician. It's like my big thing. I have like funny ER stories this week too. So I'll kind of get into that a little bit. But yeah, all this like preamble to say, yeah, I'll probably close the Psy thing this week, probably this Friday. It's just getting boring. And there's nothing moving.
We should listen to Wow Wow by Neil Cicierega.
Yes. Did Pirate Software OD? No. Pirate Software's still alive. We're gonna talk about some of the stuff with Pirate Software, but no. It's just for me. Like, it's just not. It's funny, but it's starting to slow down. The girlies are saying the same things over and over. But it is what it is. Other like the funny things, because it happened. It happened like yesterday. We got a guy come into the ER again. Not gonna share names. Obviously, HIPAA violations if I do any of those things, so I won't. I will just describe an experience, and it makes me laugh. We had a patient come in, and they listen, it happens. They freaked out that we were vaccinated, only for us to find out that they were vaccinated. It was a whole big like one of those things where it's like it happens. I love working in healthcare. It's one of my favorite things to do. I feel like it gives me I hope like a unique perspective on certain things. But the guy was just freaking out about all of the staff or predominant number of staff. I can't say I know or for certain if other staff members are vaccinated, but I know my coworkers are. And the person freaks out, talking about like the evils of the vaccine and all of these things. And I'm like, okay, like it's mRNA vaccines are very important. They don't work that way. It's the science doesn't prove that. Yada yada blah blah blah. We're kind of talking with them, blah 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 blah. And then it gets to the point where if you ever work in healthcare, they ask you like a series of questions. And we're like, so have you had any vaccines? Oh yeah, I have all my vaccines. I'm like, but why are you? Why am I? Why did we have this? And I kid you not, it's like a 30-minute conversation. It was a 30-minute conversation. We were like, that's fascinating. That's actually fascinating. Yes, cooties, yes. Obviously, get your vaccines. This is me. CDC regulations recommend vaccines. Specifically, please at least get your please at least at any measure, please get your flu and COVID vaccines. Very important to do so. Not only you're protecting yourself, you're protecting your loved ones and the people around you, very specifically your at-risk populations. Specific points for inoculation and vaccination. What you are doing is that you are protecting those, like, more importantly, you're protecting at-risk populations who don't have access to the vaccines or cannot take them for a variety of reasons. Be it immunocompromised, be it they're allergic to something. Oh, yeah, not sure the CDC with RFK. Shit. Yes. As Mac with Cheese says, herd immunity. Go Bert. Yes, I know there's like measles outbreaks and things like that. It is like actually, it's one of those things where it is actually kind of sad that we have diseases that were long since dealt with returning, especially in at-risk adolescent communities too, as well as at-risk elderly communities. Obviously, there are other things like obesity and other immunocompromisation and other things that may place you at risk. Yo, Yen, what's up? At risk for these diseases. So the reason that we talk about herd immunity is kind of the importance of that. So please, this is my spiel for today while I vamp because, I like vamping. And I just think it's funny to do so before we get into pirate software. Because I'm not going to lie, Pirate Software is a really, really interesting person. Pirate Software has been very much a kind of the guy on the internet. I have to get them because immunocompromised roommate. I mean, Scotty, that's very based of you to do that. Like, I think that it's really important to like get vaccines. I think that like one of the things. Oh God, I'm gonna fucking do the thing where I wax poetic a little bit. Not wax poetic, but kind of like meander on a point. In the West, we don't do the best side. In the Western world, we don't do the absolute best on understanding that healthcare is a series of preventative measures. We don't do a very good job at what is known as preventative medicine, chat. Do you know what preventative medicine is? Well, preventative medicine is very simply the idea and concept of establishing preventative steps. You have your primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention steps. Your primary is always making sure that the disease isn't like going forward and that inoculation, things like that. Secondary is providing education if you potentially may come into contact and things like that. And tertiary is dealing with the active symptoms of it. If I remember correctly, that's how it goes. Off the top of my head, it's been a while since I've had that class. But yeah, it's just really, really important. It's one of the things that the Western world kind of fails at. Is the West good at preventative anything? Some unknown, I don't really know. it's just one of those things where it's like it's really important to do that. Because like for instance, we could all like kind of agree that we have a specifically like a obesity epidemic. Now that doesn't mean that if you're overweight that makes you a bad person. It doesn't mean that if you're underweight that makes you a bad person. One of the bigger things with it, when you kind of look at obesity as an epidemic here in America, you look at kind of the different factors in which obesity kind of exists. When you look at the Middle America specifically, right? Let's talk about Middle America. A lot of Middle America exists in what we call food deserts. So if you don't know what a food desert is, aside from the fact that our food standards are shitty, which is another thing that kind of is the issue. If you don't know what a food desert is where people don't have access to fresh produce. So for instance, if you live, let's just say in Oklahoma, and Oklahoma, the closest grocery store is now, I don't know, let's say the closest grocery store is, I don't know, 10 miles away, or 15 miles away, and you don't really have the money to spend the gas to go to those 10 miles. However, you have the money to, on your way home, go to the Wendy's. You're going to choose the Wendy's because it's the more affordable option, even though you can make the produce food last longer. It's a whole big system of things. It's actually, we actually have hospital deserts too, which is like something really fascinating, where during the, like right before, during the pandemic, I think it was during the pandemic, but also after it, we have things known as like hospital deserts, where university hospitals in the Midwest specifically become one of the only safe spaces for medical care, where outpatient clinics started having actual like even outpatient surgical procedures and even like ER stuff, because people couldn't physically make the local university hospital, and by local I mean like 30 minutes away. And it's a big thing. I'll never forget, I learned, there's another thing too. If your nearest ER is an hour and a half away, you are not surviving that. Like statistically, that's a very, very poor thing. If you are bleeding out and things like that, and let's just say you live in a rural area that doesn't have like access to a medevac, very, very, very poor. And it's kind of like crazy. And yeah, the big beautiful bill, we could talk about that a little bit. I don't like to make the channel too politicky, because again, I'm not a woke person. I like to identify myself as progressive, personally speaking. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like it does suck. It's really, really unfortunate, because individuals having a lack of healthcare in what many would consider one of the richest nations on planet Earth is really, really, really sad. I don't think anybody in this country should not have access to medical care. You can ask a lot of healthcare professionals. We do, well, a good portion of us, I can't say everybody, a good portion of us do support the concept of universal healthcare, even if it is a pay cut, even if it is this, that, and the third. Because the reality is that we do want our patients to be treated fairly and equally between everybody. It's like a big thing. And it's if you know anything about government and stuff like that, you'll know that a lot of medical professionals, like nurses and stuff, aren't always included in legislation decisions when it like specifically comes to healthcare, which is very shitty. Very, very annoying in my personal opinion, because it's like snake oil salesmen of doctors who constantly try to maneuver their way into what healthcare decisions should look like. Again, if you treat your most impoverished individuals, it's the moral versus government power. Yeah. If you treat your most impoverished individuals statistically, you do, what you do is that you make it better overall, because what you're doing is making sure the lowest rung on the ladder is taken care of, so the spread of disease lessens. It's just a thing. It's the same thing with criminality. For instance, if you look at crime rates, One of the main deterrents for like criminality in young men and women, as well as recidivism for individuals who get out of jail or continued interactions with police, is social work, is social safety nets, is like job rehabilitation, which is a big thing, by the way. Unfortunately, that's going away too. Job rehabilitation, big thing. If you don't even know what that means, there are people in this country who, for free, I can't believe I'm doing this. There are people in this country who literally just don't have an education, or their education stopped at a certain point because they joined the workforce at a age they weren't supposed to, because poverty. And so things like Job Corps or your local like the Department of Social Work, like there are places, I can't remember them off the top of my head. Those areas, it's like a big point where these people will get job rehabilitation, which is where they're teaching them skills. Yeah, career centers, Moon Bunnies, thank you. Like career centers are really important. Veterans go into sort of a mentor role for other vets through the intake. A lot of folks losing their jobs. Yeah. For vets, it's like a real like damn shame. I have worked in veterans medicine, just kind of tangentially, because of working as substance use for about 6-7 years. I actually, this is like an interesting fun fact. Almost went to medical school through the VA. But ultimately at the time I couldn't do it. Not for educational reasons. I had personal reasons I couldn't do it. And now that I'm 30, I find nursing to be a little bit more entertaining for me personally. I like that personal aspect. But that's like literally my thing. If you want to go to medical school, please, by all means, do it. But yeah, the veterinary, like vet services, for your veterans, very important. I came here to laugh at Corpo software, not to be hit with the reality stick. Listen, I'm waxing for time, I guess. I don't know if you're a veteran. No, but you can. There are ways to do it. There are ways to get certain services to kind of pay for your education. And I looked through the ways to do that because I have a vet in the family, like direct relation, and you can kind of do that. But again, it wasn't the point. I could have also gone into the service as a medical professional. That's that one thing. I'm so glad he's talking about those things because I'm immunocompromised because I have Cushing's disease. My mom had a liver transplant, so she's also immunocompromised. Hospital scarcity is scary. Yeah. And I'm really sorry that that's why your father died. That is... that's really shitty, actually. That fucking sucks. That's really... Wow, that upset me more than it should. That upset me a lot, actually, reading that. Wow, that really upset me. And that's... Wow, that upset me a lot, reading that. It's not my thing, but it's that is very, very upsetting because it's just like, it's the one, like, I don't think I'd ever do policy stuff like that, but like that actually, like, that's like one of those things that as a healthcare professional, I get really upset by hearing that because it's like everybody should have the accurate resources. But you know, very sorry. Yeah, Falgi is the caring streamer. Yeah, I'm the soy one, motherfuckers. I know. I get it all the time. But yes, everybody, without further ado, is Diesel still streaming? Tell that bitch to raid me? No, I'm kidding. My network will work itself out, I swear. The network will work for me, chat. Nah, I'm kidding. But no, everybody, we're going to get into pirate software. If you don't know all the pirate software drama currently, I'll give like a small TLDR and then we'll go from there. It doesn't seem like anyone's joining me tonight, but that's okay, because I can wax poetic by myself. So for those who don't know who Pirate Software is, Pirate Software, aka Jason Thor Hall, has been a creator on the internet for some time. He has been doing a series of different things on the internet. but specifically always his biggest thing and his biggest claim to fame was creating Heartbound, which many people would lovingly call Undertale 1.5. He hates that name, but it's okay if he hates that name, because that is okay. Because Jason Thor Hall is also a corpo shill. If you guys haven't been following the drama for Stop Killing Games, it's been a very, very important thing for games preservation, as well as the right to repair, specifically in games. But again, like it's been like one of those things where he just was like, oh, I don't understand it. This guy's a Ross from Stop Killing Games is like a card salesman, and all of these different things. Sierra, I am going to talk about that video. However, I'm not going to show it for a very specific reason. I've watched both videos. I don't understand coding. And it's kind of boring, but we'll get there. So a lot of things have been happening out of the Stop Killing Games movement. They did reach both of their assigned goals regarding they did reach both their assigned goals regarding the application rates for submissions. But I still recommend, if you haven't already signed up for it, I really recommend that you do that. One of the biggest reasons why is because with any kind of pledge, there may be individuals who either filled it out incorrectly or simply created accounts and said that they were around. Hold up, I gotta make tippies real quick. They may have just created things, or accounts, or spoofed accounts, so that they could sign the petition. So please, 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 make sure that you support Stop Killing Games continually over a period of time, if you can. I do think that... Oh, what the hell just happened, chat? Oh, hold up, chat. Oh, I see. Configure video. Let me turn the brightness up again, and let me turn the gamma up. I see what happened. For some reason, it didn't apply. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Leia is... right. Oh, sorry, poopers. She's right there. Dark Falgy has not taken over. But remember, if you hit that goal, that dog gets fed. That's not the point. But yeah, it's been a weird ride for Pirate Software. One of the big things, and we went over it regarding Pirate Software's furry ERP scandal. I've obviously said my piece on it. I don't think Pirate Software was as personally malicious as people want to make it out to be necessarily. I do think Pirate Software has stuff to answer for in that drama. Don't get me wrong. Hold up, I want to turn the brightness a little bit more up. Okay, there we go. I do think Pirate Software has a little bit to answer for in that drama. I do think that he is clearly looking at Lyric, who is the individual on the other line. And just kind of being like a giant fucking baby, like one of the biggest babies on the you would think Lyric was older than Pirate Software at the time. And I know, like, again, I said this before, if Pirate Software was cheating on their partner, since I know that they were potentially going through a divorce at the time, but we have no idea when the divorce was finalized or a separation. Hey, that's really shitty, and he shouldn't have ever done that. But Lyric was very full aware of what they were doing when they donated all that money to the stream, the Heartbound plush Kickstarter, which is like very obvious, as well as being very weird about saying, oh, I don't know what hookup culture is. You do. You did. I read those messages. You did know what hookup culture was, but that's besides the point. But yeah, we kind of gone through that. Did you see? No, I haven't. Access. I really haven't. That would be gay if he did. What else? What else did I say? What else was I gonna say? Because I like answering questions. But yes, more importantly, Pirate Software has kind of shown his ass a lot. Pirate Software has shown his ass a lot during this whole entire drama. Is it me, or is Thor's game Heartbound an Undertale ripoff? It's not just you. Everybody else thinks that. which he gets upset by if you like mention Undertale in the presence of his game. It's like very, very weird. Very bizarre, but that's whatever. I don't give a shit. But I think it's really interesting, kind of the fallout or the fall from grace of Pirate Software. Pirate Software has been a very interesting figure to watch as a person who didn't know who he was. I didn't really know who Pirate was. I didn't really follow his content. I'm not really into coding. I don't personally care if he makes or breaks a game. That's really not my point. But I think what's really interesting is the separate, like, internal fallouts that come from this drama. One of which is, wow, why is the brightness so fucky wucky? Hold up, this is gonna bother me. Chat, I'm gonna fix colors. Configure video. There we go. That's actually the color of the shirt now. That's the actual color of the shirt now. It's still a little wonky, but I'll fix it later. But yeah, it's just been a weird time for Pirate Software. So I think without further ado, let's follow up with some of the updates from Pirate Software and his fallout with Stop Killing Games. All right, I'm going to put my headset on. Oh no! Oh no! It's the man, the myth, the legend, card posting. We're going to get the card posting later. Card posting is hilarious, by the way. If they call harmful opinions the gay Riddler, card postings is just, I don't know. Card posting is like, I don't even know. I don't know if they're he, they, I can't remember their pronouns. Let me just double check. Do we know your pronouns?
Hello there.
My name's Card. No!
And here on my YouTube page, I like to make simple little...
No, Card! Card! Are you he, they? I don't know. Are you he, him? I don't know. I don't remember. But yes, card postings is really interesting as a creator. He's very, counterintuitive to the design of YouTube. And I love it. I think Card is super interesting as a person. His videos, he has a current video series on can kiwi farms be used for like good? And I'm not gonna lie, it's a super duper interesting video. I think the farms likes him, if I remember correctly. They can't tell if they like love or hate him. He just has an aura. And I really respect him for it. But we'll get to card postings later, because in the fallout of Pirate Software has now left Off-Brand Games as of July 2nd. So let's talk about Off-Brand Games. Off-Brand Games was a company that he worked with or worked for at a time with Ludwig. Now, those who may or may not know, Ludwig, streamer, created like a Off-Brand Games was his game company, as well as he also created a production company also called Off-Brand. I think it was called Off-Brand Studios, that like immediately shuttered like within a year, which is interesting to say the least. Listen, I'm not going to comment on that. Not my place. I just think that it's interesting that his business failed. Uh-oh, I opened way too many tabs right now. My computer is suffering. But let's look at Pirate Software's ye olde just statement. Pirate Software, I no longer work at Off-Brand Games. People were attacking all the games we were publishing and trying to mass review bomb them. I wonder if that's a lie, chat. I wonder if that's a lie. We'll get there. Hey, Axis with the 10.
I just wanna be clear, Jason was always an arrogant and egotistical, it's just that most people only knew him through curated shorts and guest appearances. He was always this bad in his full streams.
Yeah, I've heard that multiple times. From all that I know about him, he was always kind of a dickhead. So it's perfectly fine that he's like still. Also, I don't care if people are assholes on stream or narcissistic. It's just obviously when a drama happens that involves your personality, because of it, and you for some reason think the greatest idea is to not take any ownership of how your personality played a direct relation into how it happened, I don't know really much to say about it. So, again, he will claim that off-brand games are being review bombed. That is not the case, and I have evidence to show otherwise, but we'll get there. You can dislike them, just like these things I say, but this kind of behavior is unhinged. Learn a lot there, accomplished a lot there, hope they succeed regardless. Love those dudes and love working with them. Hope they keep cooking. For those to say that this is now somehow a lie, the abuse across socials, people on Discord, Twitter, Reddit, and some reviews on Steam, indie games are fragile things and attacks like that hit hard. Overall sentiment has been to bash the games and the developers working on them to try to get back at me. Not worth bringing them down, for my opinion. Also, stop it. Get some help. Now, again, Pirate Software lying. Let's call a spade. Let's identify it for a second. Pirate Software changes what he's saying. Review bombing is a very specific action where multiple people, or a group of people, or conglomerate of people go and review bomb games. Go to downvote review, either like review bombing like a movie, a game, any kind of piece of media. And now he's saying, oh, well, it's some reviews. Well, why would he say that? Well, he would say that because of the fact that, is it in this one or is it another one? Nope, it's not in this one. I have another one for it. He would say that because he's lying. So, people, and big shout outs to Killjoy, because the Lord knows I wasn't going to do it, because I love him. I love him for that. Big shout outs to Killjoy, who showed some of the information about it. Is it this one? Which video? Because I have this video up. Yes. Do I have it? Do I have it? Do I have it? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If you look at some of the graphs here, gonna be light mode. 3, 2, 1, chat, I'm so sorry! If you look at some of the graphs here for Stop Killing Games, for Aethermancer, which is being produced by Off-Brand Studios, you will see that it's overwhelmingly positive for almost its entire life cycle. And when you look at when the drama started for this specific game and this specific time, interestingly enough, weird, only what? One downvoted review to two negative reviews to one negative review to 2 positive views. Again, 1 and 1, 1 to 2. Like, that's not a, like, it's not a review bomb. And there's other games. Rivals of Aether, which is in Rivals of Aether 2, which is the game currently in early access and development as a sequel to Rivals of Aether 1. Looking at the drama again, there had been, honestly speaking, if you look at it, the spike is genuinely the same throughout the negative reviews so far through June and July as they've been in earlier months. And yes, what is this? The graph is similar. This is not a review bomb. You don't see weird. You see an overwhelmingly positive, you see mostly positive reviews here, but negative reviews here? No, chat. What's happening is that it's specifically about Heartbound. It's not about, chat, it's not about Rivals of Aether or any off-brand game. It is specifically about Heartbound. Now, Heartbound is being negatively reviewed. And I'll be real, I personally don't give a shit. Do you have your stream background on hand? I want to do something. Not right now. I don't have it on hand, as in I don't have it like on me. Yes, star sign, more pirate software. I apologize. To be fair, I wanted to cover this on Monday. I got sick. I wasn't feeling too hot. Public service announcement. Probably Saturday. Right. I think Saturday we'll stream. If I'm not at work. Saturday will be the Elizabeth Holmes Theranos stream. That is going to be a big streamlet thing for that, but that's besides the point. But yes, if you look here, you see there's an overwhelming negative reviews starting in June. Now, this drama didn't really start until the end of July, beginning of July. This comes in and around the time where, fun facts, all of the stuff about his game not being finished gets re-drung up. People are upset with the fact that Stop Killing Games as a movement, that Heartbound as a game, Heartbound as a game has not produced any types of content throughout this entire time. Well, hello, Greg.
Hi.
Hi, buddy.
Hi.
Where have you been all my life?
Life?
Yeah, where have you been all my life?
Life.
Did Diesel stop streaming?
Diesel? I haven't been watching him.
Oh, no. Diesel's having an Ashley Trevino stream. I assumed you were watching and or modding. Is he still live?
Not really. I don't know.
I don't know.
I popped in from time to time, but I wasn't really watching.
Is he still alive?
I don't know.
I'm saying that as a question to myself, not to you.
Okay.
I love you, though. You're Pookie.
Did you find out if he's still alive? Now I want to know.
Yes, he is still alive. I'm going to
Okay.
send him a kissy emoji.
In stream?
Yeah, I sent him a kissy
Okay.
emoji in stream. You know what? I'm going to DM him a kissy emoji, too. Watch this.
What? He's not going to read it.
It's okay. Where is he? Because, chat, if you don't know this, Diesel sometimes forgets to put himself in streamer mode, so you can hear everything. So let me do this.
He doesn't do it very often. That's why you hear it very often.
I sent him multiple kissy emojis, chat. Let's see if Diesel responds. But, more importantly, again, you see Heartbound is the only one being negatively affected. But there's more, chat. Because there's always more on the pirate software train. So let's go into, oh my god! Is it CORPOS shill time? Now chat. Stop Killing Games of Europe. Well, Video Games of Europe has come out with a statement. And now tell me, chat, I wonder if you've heard this before. We appreciate the passion of our community. However, the decision to discontinue online services is multifaceted, never taken lightly, and must be an option for companies when an online experience is no longer commercially viable. Chat. I wonder who kept saying about worry about the money for the little guy. No, you don't understand, chat. The little guy is the one that gets hit hard for monetary purposes. I wonder who said that. But wait, now the big guys are complaining that they can't afford it? I wonder who said that. Let's continue. We understand that it can be disappointing for players, but when it does happen, the industry ensures that players are given fair notice of prospective changes in compliance with local consumer protection laws. Wait. Are you telling me that Pirate Software said this? No, Greg. Greg, did
What?
Pirate Software say something like this?
I don't know. I just got here.
What do you mean you just got here, Greg? Of course Pirate Software said something like this. The last 2 streams we've done on Pirate Software, he said things like this. Where have you been all my life, Greg?
He says so many things. I can't keep track of all of the things he says.
What do you mean? Everyone says things, buddy. But I love you, Greg. Also, he answered me back. He said, yes, Falgi. He blew me a kiss, chat. Literally blew me a kiss. I love you. But yes, chat. But there's so much more. Coincidentally, Pirate Software, weirdly enough, you know when a lurker joked about the next thing Pirate Software would do is take credit for Stop Killing Games petition, meeting the signatures. I thought it was a joke. But it turns out it won't stay a joke. Guess won't be surprised though. The most interesting narrative that my video somehow killed the initiative. This graph shows that the initiative already had a downward trend in no interest when my videos dropped. My videos do not seem to have moved any impact on the movement at all. Making me the villain did though. Best of luck with your next steps. Now, interestingly enough, chat. Curious. If you can't read a graph. Weird. Oh, can I read this graph? Am I allowed to read this graph? Elmo's were. Oh! Is this the one where did Pirate Software post this? I gotta double check something. Because interestingly enough, if Pirate didn't take this down, which he does take down, by the way, he takes down a lot of posts. Weird! Pirate Software took this. Nope. Wait for it. This would get community noted. Where did this community note go? So there was a community note on this. I don't know if it's still there. This graph is like, from what I remember correctly, the person who made this graph is incorrect, and he actually corrected the graph. Let me see if he can. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Probably not, because I don't know how to work this thing.
Also, what I was saying when we talked about this before somewhere, but this he's quoting this guy's blog. This is just some guy.
Yes.
His blog has been around for I think 2 years. He's
Yes.
just quoting some guy's blog from 2 years ago, or who started 2 years ago, like as if it's some form of I don't know if the graphs are meant, but whatever. But the guy in the I can't fucking read how small that is. What is it? DanielTan.weblog. It's just some guy.
Just some guy. And if I remember correctly, this graph was re-reviewed, and it shows something very interesting where the downward perspective of signatures would have been in and around the time he makes videos on it. So this is also distrustful and distasteful because he would have made videos on the subject in and around the time you see dips in the large dips in the signature signing. Again, very interesting that Pirate Software once again hides information from you, chat. But there's so much more, chat. There's so much more! And I want to go to this video by the creator Oh No It's Alex. Oh No It's Alex does a really, really good job at highlighting some of the things that have happened in and around the time since we've last looked at Pirate Software. Now, I will say this. Pirate Software has come out and said there have been 2 attempts of swatting. Obviously, as much as I personally think Pirate Software is a malicious, corpo, lying piece of hell, furry fuck, whatever the fuck. Again, I don't really care that he's a furry. That's no reason to have the man swatted. The man straight up shouldn't be swatted. I think that it's incredibly in poor taste that happens. Obviously, when you say photos or it didn't happen, know that if you whitelist your home, they do alert you that the attempts do happen. I can't imagine that Thor hasn't whitelisted his home as a large creator. So I can only assume that he's whitelisted his home and has taken the steps and measures with his local police department to make sure that doesn't happen. Again, I don't think it should happen at all. If he's lying about it, that's an incredibly poor taste, given that there have been multiple people swatted over the years on the platforms. and I do think that that's just incredibly poor. But let's listen to this video by by OMG. Is it OMG? It's Alex.
I can't
Oh,
in
no,
good
it's
faith
Alex.
support this initiative and will, in fact, tell people not to support this. Eat my entire arse. The mask is off. I will refuse to talk with
Thank
Ross
you,
and clear
Bossums.
things up, so let me continue
Thank you,
my
thank you.
furry RP.
Yes, thank you, boss. That is, direct quotes from Pirate Software.
You have to remember that.
Also, yes, somebody did die due to a SWAT due to false, to a false flag.
Yeah, it's
so
illegal.
it's illegal. Swatting is illegal. Remember that.
If it's one thing I've learned while making content for about 6 years, it's this. You have to be self-aware. And it's really hard to be for a lot of people, especially those who are, let's say, a bit more on the ego-driven side. If you make a mistake, just own up to it. Don't get a ukulele and try to sing you're sorry. Just do the thing you're supposed to do and fix the problem. People will respect you a lot more because of that. And there's a reason that I bring this up. It's because Stop Killing Games has crossed over 1.2 million signatures.
Yes,
now, there's
it
only
did.
one thing left to do, boys, and Ludwig, take it away.
Let's up those numbers!
Oh, God. You don't know, this is from the very famous or infamous now Ludwig stream of a Smash player, an alcoholic getting drunk, sexually harassing multiple women at the event. And then Ludwig being like, Mango is no longer, is it Mango or, no, is it Mango or somebody else? Is like no longer my friend. And it's like, yeah, but you guys know he's a chronic alcoholic. Why did you guys give him alcohol? Like, I'm sorry, that's a terrible, terrible thing.
That's right, we still need to get those numbers up because the reason is simple. There could be a lot of fake signatures from people
Which is
that
true.
do not live in the EU using a VPN. So, if you are wanting to get this signed and you
There we go.
publishing and trying to mass review
This
bomb
is
them,
him.
you can diss a lot.
Yes,
That-
yes,
I'm
yes,
to
yes,
prove
yes,
on
yes, yes.
blatantly lying.
So,
to see me
this is showing that he's blatantly lying regarding...
further slander the Stop Killing Games movement. Incredibly weird
Rise
and
of
manipulative
Vader,
behavior
blah, blah, blah,
from the both
blah.
of them here. In fact, here
Let's
indie games
some of
are
this.
fragile things, and attacks
no,
like
no,
that
no,
hit
no, no,
hard.
no.
Overall sentiment
Okay, so
Let's
this
take a
is
look.
where this graph is contested. I wanted to bring this
with
up.
your next steps. And then he posted this graph specifically. Now, anyone who's never taken a math class or a stats class in high school or college can look at this and say, yeah, Pirate Software is in the clear. Why would anybody blame him for it? But if you look at it very closely, you can see the direct moment where his videos went online to when the actual initiative took the hardest hit and took a nosedive downward. In fact, Pirate Software's own tweet got community noted. No, I'm not kidding. The community note, in fact,
And it did get community noted at the time. I don't know where this community note is now.
said this: the creator of the graph has made a graph detailing the first 2 months to correct the original post with the link to the Reddit page. Let's see that updated graph though, shall we? Here is a statement from the graph creator on that Reddit
Yeah.
thread. Sorry for hijacking the post. Updated graph thanks to the commenters can be found here. I delved deeper into the matter, and even though I really don't want to turn every stone over, it seems initial streams were on the 2nd and 3rd of August,
Yeah.
while my post shows the 6th of August together with the YouTube video. The entire matter apparently went on for most of the week for him. The dates of the 2nd and 3rd of August come from archive.org, where they are still available. However, I have zero interest in going through the
So he updates the graph. And just to show the graph, I feel bad that I'm skipping around, but let's look at the graph.
same graph and imager link from the original creator showcasing the exact moments where Pirate Software's videos went live and the exact second after his content was posted, hitting millions of views. The initiative completely took a total nosedive and tanked completely.
So if you look at the graph with Pirate Software's videos. It's very clear that Pirate Software directly had an impact on Stop Killing Games. Now, again, I don't really I don't understand how you can look at somebody who champions himself as the indie dev, as the non-corpo shill. He worked at Blizzard. Now, those achievements are now uncontested. I'm very curious to see. We're also going to go over a defense video for Pirate Software after this one. But it's really, really interesting that, like, this graph shows directly how Pirate Software's videos do directly impact the rate of signatures.
completely to the floor. Not to mention the fact that Pirate Software has been on record stating himself that he will do anything he can to turn this initiative down and to make sure it does not succeed. My boy, the lack of self-awareness, like we talked about in the beginning, the lack of taking accountability, the ego on this guy, the hubris, the insanity to not go ahead and say, hey, look, I was wrong, is wild to me.
Another post.
Coder in the actual world. And the crazier part is the way he talks about the initiative still to this day on his own live stream. No, I'm not kidding.
I have been called a zoophile, rape, corporate plant, degenerate, narcissist, nepo baby, and many other names. And they attacked all the accomplishments over my life, despite physical evidence to prove to the contrary. And they also went after every job I ever held, trying to say that I never worked them, or if I did work them, that I never deserved them. So I'm going to be honest with you. I hope that your initiative gets everything you asked for, but nothing you wanted.
Really a person that identifies that he probably shouldn't have been, calling Ross like a, multiple things, like a greasy car salesman, saying that he's a grifter. Again, to be fair, I don't think false allegations should be levied at him. There's no evidence that, what a slur, pedophile, gets your video demonetized. I could give a shit less. I don't understand why every time people hide it, it's very weird. But
you're not calling Thor a pedophile.
No, that's what I'm saying. We're getting there. False allegations like zoophile, pedophile, I haven't seen anything to the contrary. I mean, anything to confirm. Holy shit. Anything to confirm those things. I know there's allegations that Thor likes feral furry art. I don't know that. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen him purchase that, talk about it, things like that. So I can't personally attest to that. If there's evidence to the contrary that is traceable through a series of measures that would be, in my standard for research and stuff like that, I could be corrected on that. But calling him all those things, not necessarily warranted. However, nepo baby, yes, you are a nepo baby, whether you got it through your own accomplishments or not. Your dad is a very important figure in Blizzard history. That's just the reality. That's just the reality. Like, just because you have your own accomplishments doesn't mean you did not benefit from the fact that your father is in the same field at the same workplace you were at. It is, unfortunately, you are a nepo baby. You do have to kind of live with that. It sucks.
It's like that's like a good kind of like barometer for people. There's a lot of like actors who acknowledge that they are like hired through nepotism because their parents are famous, but also they have like their own merits as well. And if you can't recognize that and you can't express that any better than I'm not, then he's just a crybaby.
Yeah. But I also think the thing is like, I'll be honest, like, I don't know what his accomplishments are. His accomplishments are not making a game.
His accomplishments are TikTok.
Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, his accomplishments are being a media professional. And in that aspect, completely fine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, somebody said it before. Jack Quaid is
Jack Quaid is exactly who I think of.
Yeah, Jack Quaid is a nepo baby, but one of the most important things is that he doesn't use that as a crutch. He's just like, yeah, my parents are famous, and I chose acting because my parents happen to be actors. They're both famous, and I work in this field. I have my own accomplishments outside of that, but he fully recognizes that people look at him that way. By the way, as a side note, My Adventures with Superman is like one of the most recent feel-good shows that I've watched in recent time from the like animation like that. Go support season 3 that's coming out soon. I believe this year or next year. Very, very good show in my personal opinion. Not the point. Again, like, I don't know his accomplishments when it comes to everything else. Everything else that he touts, right? It's one thing.
We just have his word. We just have his word for it.
Yes. Well, that's like the craziest thing. It's like we don't like, I don't know his personal accomplishments, not because I haven't looked them up, but because they're not really relevant outside of him being an entertainer. That's kind of the important part, is when it comes to pirate software, I don't know. It's just very, very... Do you know he hacked power plants for the federal government? I've heard that allegation thrown around. Can't prove if it's true or not. I've heard that one.
And I'll leave it there.
Should you be called those things? Absolutely not. But you turning around and having your Joker arc and being
Yes,
like,
exactly.
I hope that you get what you deserve, and that's what you get, all the things that you're not going to get that you expect. Literally, child...
Axis, if you want to put the accomplishments video in the Discord and just at me with it, that would be greatly appreciated. I was looking for that one.
like tantrum behavior about the entire thing. But again, it gets even worse, as Pirate Software later on said this.
I do think that there are some people that get misled by that stuff and they get wrapped up in an emotional thing. The best thing that I can equate it to is Conney 2012. Conney 2012 was a movement in 2012 where everybody...
Do you think that do you think that in your lifetime that a consumer movement would be compared to a meme?
You mean Stop Killing Games movement
Yes.
being compared to a meme?
Yes.
Um,
Well,
I'm
because
trying to think of an example other than this as a consumer movement.
it's fine. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like how? How are we here? How?
online kind of wrapped up into this big thing where they were trying to overthrow a Ugandan warlord named Conney, Joseph Conney, except he hadn't been in power for 4 years. This turned into like such like an internet zeitgeist thing where like everyone just like lost their mind. They're like, I gotta kill Conney, gotta kill Joseph Conney. They bought like stickers, they liked things on social media. It was like a big slacktivism movement. And people hated, like absolutely hated each other over this. Like if you didn't buy the sticker, you were a piece of shit. It's that level of weirdness at this point. It's just insane at this point to have that stuff. And I have people like sitting here on social media going and blasting every one of my posts saying that like I've been called all kinds of shit. You know, I've been attacked in all kinds of different ways. We got swatted 2 times this last week.
So let's talk about the swatting a little bit. From what I understand, yes, I saw Axis. Thank you. I'm going to pull that up in a little bit. So from what I understand, the swatting claims specifically, again, want to make it very clear that Pirate Software should not be swatted. I don't understand why I have to make that, like, swatting in general, doxing in general. No. Like, you should not be doing that. That is an insane thing to do. It never works because what you're doing is that you are... Here's how I look at it. If you really hate a person, right? Obviously, it's illegal. You shouldn't be doing it because God forbid that person does die. But if you are doing it, let's say, for instance, that you are doing it, that you are swatting, you're like, this is a based idea. I think that this is gonna solve everybody's problem if I swat this guy. All you're doing is creating a martyr out of nothing, and it really just doesn't do anything. It doesn't help him. It doesn't make him any better. It doesn't do anything. Just literally doesn't do anything. So don't do it. It's also illegal. But again, doesn't make anybody look good. So, Hellbent on Twitter says, I made a quick compilation of what we know so far about Pirate Software's swattings, plural. 2 early morning swattings, days apart, with one being heralded by a creepy voicemail. Well, at least the police should have enough evidence to trace them back. So let's listen. Again, don't swat people.
Tuesday. I don't give a shit what you think. In the middle of the stream, about 9 a.m., I got a bunch of phone calls to my phone. They left a bunch of voicemails of shit saying, your time has come, in like a giant screeching voice, and then we got swatted. But
okay, the Quintero Comments claims that Thor's stream was from Tuesday the 1st, shows no evidence of swatting had been taken place. Quintero, he said he got swatted at 9 a.m. on Tuesday on the 1st on stream. His entire 11-hour stream is up on his channel right now, and at no point does the stream go down for being swatted. Yeah, his entire 11-hour stream is up from Tuesday, and at no point does he change his mood or mute or anything from the beginning to end. Another chatter claiming that they have submitted a Freedom of Information Act request with a local law enforcement. Submitted a public records request with the Tacoma Police Department. They're required to provide call audio, body cam footage, dispatch logs, and etc. We'll get a response within 5 days. Are police scanners still a thing? Yes. They are. Yeah, we've done FOIA requests before for stories that we are like actively assisting an investigation with. Obviously, can't reveal what FOIA requests we've asked for. Actually, no, I can't technically. We did it for whatchamacallit? We did it for Grums. We tried to see if there were any FOIA requests that we needed for Grums regarding anything else, as well as getting Pacer court documents regarding the lawsuit that he was a part of. If you watch Diesel's video on it, that is what we did. Well, wait, there's more! Into the July 5th stream, Thor throws in a bonus swatting.
Why is that such a touchy subject? Because they tried to murder me with police on Tuesday and then again on the 4th. That's what swatting is. Why would it not be a touchy subject? Pull your head out of your ass.
Again on the 4th? They swatted you yesterday twice in a few days is insane.
Yeah, they tried it again.
Luckily, the 4th of July swatting did not interfere with Thor and friends is celebrating America's birthday. Hey, don't make fun of America's birthday.
So, full disclosure, yesterday, they came over. It was Winky and his 2 friends. And then we went to a chef store. And then we bought a bunch of ingredients in order to make beef stew, which is super tasty, right? And then...
Why do you need full disclosure?
We all got drunk on rum. Because 4th of July is one of the 2 times a year I will drink. It's 4th of July and also on January 1st, so on New Year's. And that's what we did for the day. And then we cooked, which was great. This is the receipt. This is the cost of everything.
Okay. Based on the grocery receipt timestamp, it looks like it must have been another morning swatting. This is fair. This is accurate. It's there. Stu looked ass. I mean, we didn't see the stew, Hellbat. You can't do that to my mans. So, there's been a lot of investigating Pirate Software's coding, as well as Pirate Software's accomplishments in the industry. I want to go over the stuff regarding Pirate Software's industry connections, as well as his other stuff. Because, I'm going to be honest, I watched the coding video and the Quinthero video that it's an interview reacting to Pirate Software, discussing all the coding stuff that Coding Jesus identifies. Guys, it's confusing. Guys, it's hella confusing. It's also fucking boring. No hate to Quinthero or Coding Jesus. It's fucking boring if you don't know a thing about coding. But here's what I can say. What I understand from it is Pirate Software uses Game Maker Studios. Game Maker Studios is not, you can use it for coding and stuff like that. From what I understand, the issue with Pirate Software's coding is that it's incredibly rudimentary. Yes, as I know Pimenta looked at it, the best way to, yeah, it's a tool. The best way that it's been identified to me, and from the, I watched the Coding Jesus video twice. It's very confusing. From what I understand, the problem is that there are more, let's say, complex, but better solutions. Yes, and there's a lot of redundancies that don't make his code look very good and or effective. Like, it's going to have a lot of issues when it launches as a game, to which then they're going to have to break apart and somewhat fix. Again, It's probably why it's taking him so long, because he's just not good at coding. And that's part of the problem. He's just not good at coding from coding experts and enthusiasts. One of the interesting things about Coding Jesus, whose video we're not really going to super go through, he is a coding, like, hobbyist turned YouTuber kind of thing, where he's been making videos about coding and his, like Pirate Software, learning how to code. And it's an interesting video. It's just a hard watch. So I think it's interesting. Let's go into developer examines Pirate Software's career. This is a 22-minute video from Slop News Network. Hey, listen, as someone who jokingly calls this channel slop journalism, I appreciate I appreciate this. This is actually based.
I'm sure many of you have heard of Jason Thor Hall, better known online as Pirate Software, due to all the surrounding drama related to Stop Killing Games. This video isn't about the Stop Killing Games drama. I do support the Stop Killing Games initiative, and anyone in the EU currently watching this should go and sign up if they care about game preservation. This video is going to be a review of Jason's job history, game dev industry claims, coding ability, and his Heartbound and Champion of Breakfast DRM solutions by me, a developer. I won't be touching on his hacking skills much in this video, since from what I found, all of his DEF CON wins were team efforts, and all of the stories related to hacking are just that, stories. Outside of his word, I generally can't find anything related to it. There isn't anything concrete or of substance in these stories for me to actually analyze and review. If anyone knows where he actually has hacking write-ups, or knows the VODs where he actually does something related to
I can't speak to his hacking DEF CON stuff. Allegedly, people have called that into question. Fuck if I know. Chat, just as a reminder, we're about an hour and something into the stream. And there are, Greg, how many likes do we have? You tell me.
It says 16 on mine.
It says 19 on my, we're at, Diesel, thank you for the raid. Poppy, Diesel. Oh my God, it's Diesel,
It's
chat.
Diesel.
Chat, we're going over Pirate Software. We're talking about everything. It's Diesel. He's whipping his cock out.
Must be a Tuesday.
It must be a Tuesday. But yes, like and subscribe if it's your first time here. Obviously. If we reach the donation goal, this dog behind me gets a treat. You know how it goes, chat. You know how it goes. Let's get back into it.
hacking, let me know and I can do a separate video going through and reviewing it. Okay, with that out of the way, let's start with Jason's LinkedIn job history. So if we look at his LinkedIn, we can see his first recorded job experience is from 2002 to 2009, where he was a freelance security researcher and developer. In 2002, Jason would have been 15, and from what I found, he hasn't taken any program classes, so anything he knows at this point is largely self-taught. Another important thing is Jason actually had a job in 2004 that isn't listed here as a quality assurance intern at Blizzard.
I went to Blizzard in 2004, and like this is kind of my whole career, right? My first job I got through nepotism, 100%. My dad worked at Blizzard for 23.
Wait. What? Greg? Did I hear that right?
And like this is kind of my whole career, right? My first job I got through nepotism, 100%. My dad worked at...
Huh? So he complains about people calling him a nepo baby. No, he complained about it, Midge. He literally complained about it. They have info about his hacking. He basically bugged a server into destruction. He wasn't a part of a project that a team was working on. Ha ha ha! That's funny. But he complains about people calling him a nepo baby, but then now calls himself a nepo. I hate this man. I hate this man so much. Chad, I hate him.
At Blizzard for 23 years. He worked at Blizzard for 23 years, so I got a job there in 2004. I was shit. I was shit at this, and I realized I was shit.
Also, I think it's important that we talk about his dad for a second. Jason says his dad just worked at Blizzard, but that's grossly understating his dad's role and history at Blizzard. Jason's dad is Joey Ray Hall, and from a Reddit AMA his dad held, we can see the following. Joey Ray joined Silicon and Synapses in 1991. Now, you might be asking what's Silicon and Synapses, and what does this have to do with Blizzard in his post? Well, in 1991, Blizzard didn't exist yet. Silicon and Synapses was the original company name, and 1991 was the year it was founded. Joey Ray joined Blizzard before it was Blizzard, and when he joined, there were less than 10 people in total at the company. He wasn't some random Blizzard employee. He was one of the earliest hires at...
Again, this is important to note. His dad wasn't just like stock Blizzard person. He was literally one of the founding members of the company. come on, man. Like, it's also okay to call him a nepo baby because his dad has pull in the industry. Do you not think that your dad doesn't have just pull in the industry when you leave?
At the company. Over his 23 years, he did all sorts of work and was the one that founded the cinematic team, led the machinima team, the video and post-production team, and the esports live broadcast team, plus being responsible for all the video content for every BlizzCon between 2005 to 2014. Yeah. Plus, he led the team that made the famous South Park World of Warcraft episode and the inspiration for the He Who Has No Life character. Joey Ray was the director of cinematics at Blizzard. He wasn't some low-level employee that worked at the company. He was pretty high up in the chain. Anyways, back to Jason.
Thank you.
The next 5 years, I left Blizzard. I did not reapply, and I went and worked on my own. I did freelance. I did freelance for everything. So I actually went into Second Life, which is a 3D Worlds game if you've never played it before. They have a language in it called Linden Scripting Language, and I made games in there. I learned how to do 3D modeling. I learned how to do texture work. I learned how to do scripting. I learned how...
I don't know much about Second Life, chat. But it's Second Life's okay, right? There's no, like, dramas about Second Life involving, like, pedophiles, right?
I mean, every game does, right? Every
Why?
game that's like role-play heavy would.
Why? Why are you saying it like that, Greg? What
Because
do you
every game
mean?
I could tell you if you let me finish.
Go on.
It's like VR chat before VR chat. So just imagine that. Imagine all the horror that you've heard about VR chat, except it's not VR. And also you can buy land and then sell it and make bank.
There's so much pedo drama in Second Life. Would you guys like a Second Life retrospective stream, much like our other true crime streams? Oh God.
How to engage with people that were playing my game.
I know about the furry fuckfest thing that this guy does.
I learned how to do network model
Like,
stuff. I learned how to do server-related stuff. I did this for 5 whole years.
So Jason's Second Life period of time is a huge rabbit hole, and there's like 5 or 6 different controversies surrounding his time in Second Life. This video isn't about his controversies and allegations, so I'm going to skip over most of it. The only small parts we care about are related to coding. During his...
A lot of people want a Second Life stream, Greg.
Cool.
All right, Greg, I'm putting you on it. You're going to do the Second Life stream. You're going to gather all the materials, Greg. That's your job.
Second Life playing time, he played a character known as Moldavius Fig Tree and started a company called Dark Sphere Creations. He claims he did...
It's Moldavius, everybody! It's the furry!
Hey.
What?
It looks good.
Yeah. Game program with the Linden scripting language,
like
the
him.
programming language of Second Life, and made some small games and some user-generated content for Second Life. While digging into this, I didn't find any proof he coded any games. What Dark Sphere Creations and his company was actually doing at the time was creating not safe for work adult furry avatars and selling them. Basically, his friend Wingless Emote, another Second Life player, would do the art and modeling for the furry avatars, and Jason would do some coding on top. What kind of coding he did on top of these avatars isn't exactly clear.
Also, from what I understand, this, like, yes, the coder, modeler person, the modeler was a minor, but that person has always, when it comes up, said that they were never groomed and there were no sexual improprieties between them. It is what it is. Fun fact about being a nepo baby is not realizing having computer access. Bosses with the 5! Access, yeah.
I worked on Second Life, the first avatar-based chat sim. It is where I discovered my love of ferrets, furries and bisexuality.
I hate you. I hate you so much.
Thank you for the
hate you
donut.
so
I hate you.
much,
But thank you for the donut.
Yeah, he was 19. They were 17. I don't think. Yeah, there's like nothing there. Nothing shows that there was anything there. Again, that's an acceptable age gap. Under the law. I'm literally not finding that.
But from memory, he like shorted them on Rev from from the modeling of memory serves.
Yeah, there's there's
according
other
to
stuff.
the other person. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then they would sell the avatars, and eventually the business was making somewhere around $10,000 a month, primarily due to selling these avatars. There's some other controversy where it alludes to Jason trying to do dev work on Linden Labs projects and other game worlds, but I can't find any solid proof, just random posts and accusations. So in summary, there doesn't seem to be any proof he did any kind of game development or hacking during this period of time. Let's get back to Jason.
Then I came back to Blizzard in 2009, and I applied. Not having his help in any way, I got the job.
Okay, the timeline here starts matching up with his LinkedIn. After his little detour with Dark Sphere Creations and working for himself, Jason now has an actual full-time job at Blizzard.
Do you think that they would fire you knowing who your dad is? Huh? Huh? Does he does he know how that works? That's insane. That's not how that works. They wouldn't just not hire you knowing how important your dad was to the company.
In 2009. This is his first official full-time job at Blizzard, and he is once again a quality assurance analyst. Jason claims he got into the company on his own merits this time, but I find that a bit hard to believe at face value. In 2004, he said he was terrible at his QA role, and that's why he quit. I searched to see if he studied anything IT related in high school or in college or during the time gap, and I found this from his subreddit. Jason did.
Listen, we need one more $5 donation, Bossums.
Oh. By the way, Soygi, feed that damn doggo.
We need one more $5 donation. It always starts at 5, and we do the thing. Did Thor go to college? What?
Bossums got.
Bossums did get got, unfortunately. But we all love Bossums here. We know that.
Thank you, Bossums.
Did Thor go to college? Basic title. Did he go to college?
Did spend some time in college studying to be an entomologist with a specialization in ants. He dropped out of college without.
I don't know.
He wanted to be an ant-tomologist. I made a joke. Greg, laugh.
What?
Greg, laugh. Sky Pride, thank you for the $5
Feed.
Yes, everybody. It is time to feed that dog. If this is your first time here at the Op Block stream, I have a dog behind me, and she gets fed every time we hit a stream goal. So let me set up the new stream goal. 10 super chats. Up. 3 hours as I normally do.
Treats.
Thank you, Ragemonger. Thank you with the 5. Feed that doggo. I almost spelled that wrong. But yes, we also sing a song here at the Op Block Studios. And it goes like this. It's time to feed the pupper. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed the dog now on the Op Block stream tonight. Yes, everybody, it's time to feed that dog. Leia, look at her. She's awake. And she has munched that treat, chat. And we have fed that dog. If you, too, want to be Leia's new favorite chatter, that would be Sky Prime as Leia's new favorite chatter. You know what to do. Be the last person to donate. And you, too, will be loved by this dog. Thank you, chat.
Ever finishing his studies, and it doesn't seem like he ever took any IT-related courses during this time here. During that 5-year gap between 2004 and 2009, the only experience he said in the clip from earlier was his Second Life programming, and well, that wasn't exactly quality assurance, or hacking, or game development work. Plus, while applying in 2009, on his resume he would probably have had, or Blizzard itself would have had a record he worked there previously as a QA, so that would make applying a second time for a similar position easier. His dad, once again, was a pretty high person in the company, and some people might remember Jason being Joey Ray's son from before. It's not impossible he got in on his own merits, just a bit hard to believe considering he doesn't have experience with any real program languages at this point, and he doesn't have any degrees or certificates. Okay,
that's fair.
That's his LinkedIn and his job. So
honestly, that's a fair assessment. If none of that was in his LinkedIn, and he didn't really have, he's all self-taught, which we don't know how well of a self-taught he is because he can't complete a goddamn game to save his own life. It kind of does make sense that this would have happened. Also, QA is, from what I understand, it could be very interesting. He could have been quality assurance, QA testing games, stuff like that. There's differences in different places.
The role for 3 years and 2 months, and once again, this was his quality assurance role. One thing Jason often does is he claims all QA are developers. First, as someone that has worked QA myself, this isn't true. I'm not saying QA aren't important, but the majority of QA generally are non-technical, and only a small portion are. And most of the places I worked at, QA generally has no coding ability and are tasked with doing manual regression testing. Basically, they get a series of test cases they need to go through, and each test case has a written out set of instructions they just follow. If something doesn't match the case steps, then a bug is filed, and actual developers are tasked with addressing it. So I personally wouldn't call his 3 years at this position game development experience. And if we look at the bullet points he has on his LinkedIn, besides one line, namely the design and create an automated system, there's nothing here that even remotely implies he was coding or doing any kind of development. I'm making this point since Jason often claims he was a game developer at Blizzard for 7 years, but his first 3.5 years didn't include any developer roles. Also, to address his if QA didn't do their jobs, games wouldn't be released argument, most games have music. If a musician doesn't complete the OST, a game can't be released. Does that mean they're now developers too? Just because you say something confidently in
Brother, QA follows steps. If there's trouble, you document it and send it back to the devs. The end. Yeah, I know.
Voice doesn't make it true. Moving on to his next role, we have quality assurance hacks. Here he mentions he did some forensic analysis and detect.
You can always ask Matt McMuckle. Layla, if I somehow had a contact to that guy, that would be weird. for a variety of reasons. I don't have a contact to Matt. That's weird. Would be cool though. Did like his content as a child. I was a teen. Ay, ay, ay.
Threats. Also, something I'd like to note, all of his game projects listed here were coded using primarily the C++ programming language. This is a low-level programming language. This will be important a bit later in the video. As for the role, again, I wouldn't call this game development experience. This is more related to security work than game development itself. And from the bullet points, it doesn't seem like Jason was doing much coding.
Yeah, I'm not. It doesn't seem like Jason was doing anything regarding any kind of coding. I know C++ is pretty also rudimentary. So, like, the fact that, I don't know, like, it just seems like this guy just touts things a lot. Sierra, have a nice night. Like, he just touts a lot of information, but doesn't have any of the, like, experience to back it up.
His next role for 6 months was test engineer. My opinions are pretty much the same as the previous role he held. Moving on, we have the next role as security engineer for 11 months. This one is interesting. Since the bullet points here notes he managed web application security. For those that don't know what web applications are, it means he was working on websites and not games. There's no mention of programming here or what tools and languages he used. But regardless, this is without a doubt a non-game development role and doesn't have any overlap with game development. Okay, next up he moves to another security engineer role for 3 months. Again, same opinions as his last job. Now, his last role at Blizzard was a red team member. Red team is a common IT term that just means someone inside the company that attempts to hack into their systems, either digital or physical. So Red Hats basically try to make hacks and show how they got access. So these vulnerabilities and issues can be addressed before real hackers can abuse them. Now, while Red Hat is offensive security and hacking, it doesn't always mean you're programming like you see with those green terminals and pics. If we look at the bullet points Jason has listed, we can see he did exploiting physical access controls and social engineering operations. Social engineering is actually one of the most common ways hackers gain access to systems, and it doesn't have to involve—
Which is true. You work at any healthcare facility a lot. Oh no! God damn it. Greg Vamp!
About what?
I messed up.
What'd you mess up?
Eat my entire R's. Feed that dog
Oh,
go
you clicked
later,
off of it.
or I will inflate my ego to the size of the solar system and use the copyright
Oh, God,
system again.
I'm not sick still, but I'm still recovering. In the
Yes, they
ages.
will call you to ask for your password. Sometimes you'll see this in a hospital. You learn these things too. If a like a chip reader has an extra device on it that shouldn't be there, that means it could be manipulated in some way. Yeah. Sorry, Greg, I didn't mean to make you speak when you're still not feeling well.
Social engineering is actually one of the most common ways hackers gain access to systems, and it doesn't have to involve any programming at all. Social engineering attacks are something like the following situation. Let's say Jason in this example is a social engineer, and his target is a fellow Blizzard employee with access to the game servers. He could call them or email them from a legitimate Blizzard phone number or email and say he needs their account credentials. Normally, you would never share live in production account credentials, even if someone from your own company. But let's say Jason manages to convince the employee to hand the credentials over. Now Jason has a way to log into the system he shouldn't have access to. This is a social engineering attack. It's not technical hacking like most people think of. It's generally just being convincing enough and getting employees to hand over info or access they shouldn't be giving out. All right, with all of that, and with all those jobs, we have 6 years and 6 months at Blizzard full-time for Jason, and if we include his time as a QA intern in 2004, we basically have his 7 years of experience at Blizzard accounted for. Judging by everything as written here, it seems as though he's never held an actual game developer position, and he's never done any game development directly. All of his roles at Blizzard were either QA, website security, or social engineering, basically his hacking. It doesn't seem like he's ever touched C++, which is the industry standard language to use when doing game development. But before I finish my thoughts on this, let's check out one more job after Blizzard. After Blizzard, Jason worked at Amazon Games for 8 months as an automation engineer. Again, he wasn't a game developer here. He also didn't include much information under his bullet points. He did documentation of vulnerabilities and did some automation work with Python. This is the first officially recorded line that actually shows he did some programming. Python is what we call—
Okay. I mean, that's good, right? He did programming, right, chat?
high-level language, meaning the language is designed to be easy for humans to read and understand, as well as to write. Python is a wonderful language, and I'm not throwing any shade at it, but Python is not a language used to create games. Technically, yes, you can code games in Python. Big drawback is it's an incredibly slow language. This is why the industry standard language for game development is C++.
Okay, so this makes sense now.
Low-level language that allows for incredible performance. The trade-off is it's a significantly more difficult language to work with. The reason I went through his job history so far and his programming language list
I'm not reading all of these, but this is important.
is because Jason often claims he's a 20-year veteran of the game dev industry, and he was a game developer at Blizzard for 7 years. And he uses these claims to make himself seem like an authority and expert on game development and game-related topics, namely stop killing games. But from the looks of it, and in my opinion, it doesn't seem to me he's ever worked as an actual game developer within the industry, and it doesn't seem like he's ever done much program work in the industry either.
Fucking, that's... Whoo! That is a... He was not a game dev, yeah. He worked security. There's no proof that he was a game dev ever. There's no proof.
either. I'm not throwing shade at any of the jobs listed here so far.
Which again, it's completely fine that he's not a game dev and that he's teaching himself how to code. From what I understand, that's part of the allure of his channel.
Mhm.
But calling yourself a 20-year dev of the industry is not accurate. He could prove it, but never has. Yeah, I listen. I've said this. If Thor wants to prove people wrong or does make a genuine apology, remember Ross from Stop Killing Games of Accursed Farms has openly said he doesn't want people to harass Pirate Software anymore because of the fact that he in himself feels that the data analysis has shown that Thor's damage has been accurately reversed. Pirate Software would have been fine just being the go make games inspirational guy. Yeah, but the no dev experience and then kind of like throwing it around like he does is a problem. Again, like it's like really important to note that like we always say this on the platform. We are a drama stream. We are a commentary stream. I'm not sitting here and saying that we are like hard-boiled detectives and journalists. If somebody doesn't answer an email, and like if we reach out and somebody doesn't want to answer an email or a DM, I have no access to that. And things like that, like there's nothing I could do. But again, I could still report on it as slop journalism, as I like to call it, which is essentially just reacting to things. We're all hard-boiled detectives and journalists. Listen, it is what it is, right? But like, I know specific things about what to do differently than maybe other channels or things like that. But that doesn't make me an expert. Nobody is. We're YouTubers. Shit, this is a hobby. I always say it's a hobby.
I'm just trying to be absolutely clear that none of this, in my opinion, as someone that has worked on game engines and done game development, none of this counts as game development experience, with a lot of his roles having absolutely nothing to do with game development itself.
Toby Fox literally learned how to code Undertale in the same engine Pirate Software is using and coded it just as poorly. The difference is about 5 years of dead time, supposedly 7 years of programming experience.
At all. To help make this clear, here's another example to help everyone understand. It's like someone working at a hospital and doing payroll work, but because they're at a hospital, they claim to be a qualified doctor. It doesn't make any sense. Jason is making a giant leap with...
Hulk Hogan seems more credible at this point than Thor. And that is saying something, brother.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, chat.
with his I'm a game developer for 7 years at Blizzard claims. Anyways, let's go back to his LinkedIn and see what's next. Here we have that he was a cybersecurity specialist at Eagle Research Group. Based on Jason's stories, this should be when and where he was technically working for the government. There isn't a whole lot of information here, and with most of the bullet points being extremely generic. Since he claims this was government-related work, I think it's perfectly reasonable to assume he has NDAs, or he might not be able to give any specifics related to his work here.
And then,
Which is fair. If that's true, completely fair. I have a friend that worked for the government through a contracted agency. He can't tell me his job, and I legally can't say if he ever did.
and when I did that, I went to the United States Department of Energy, and I hacked power plants for the federal government.
Jason makes a lot of claims being a hacker and has told a lot of stories, but I could never find anything to back up his hacking claims. So far, the only thing I found was he did do some social engineering attacks at Blizzard. Now, some of you might know about his DEF CON stories and his Mr. Robot claims. I'll probably cover those in a separate video. The reason is all of his DEF CON wins were done in teams of 10 people, never solo. And for his other hacking claims, there's only stories to go off of. To keep this video from being too long and off topic, I'll save his hacking claims for its own thing. Okay, his next set of experience is at his own company.
That company is in your building, Moon Bunnies. Amazing. Maybe you met Thor. Are you Thor, Moon Bunnies? Are you the pirate software? Fascinating.
Also named Pirate Software. But before we touch on that, let's talk about his more recent job experience at Off-Brand Games first, since that's a smaller topic to cover.
I'm going to say this right now. Calling yourself captain at your company is an insane statement. That's just weird.
On that, let's talk about his more recent job experience at Off-Brand Games first, since that's a smaller topic to cover. Off-Brand Games is a game publishing company founded by Ludwig and Jason. I'm not entirely sure if Jason is a co-founder or not. Jason claims he isn't, but most posts and Ludwig's posts talking about the company seem to imply he is. Whether or not he's a co-founder isn't too important.
We fucked around and made a game publishing company. So again, would have identified that maybe Pirate Software was more involved than he'd like to let on. And he could have taken a minimum wage, which he identifies because maybe he didn't want to take from the company.
Important. Jason's role at the company is director of strategy. From Jason's comments on the matter, he basically helps indie game developers negotiate contracts. Again, no direct game development work here. Also, fun fact, the very first game Off-Brand Games was co-publishing was Rivals of Ether 2. A game by the developer's own words was built this time around as a more live service game.
Which, again, if you don't remember, was one of the complaints thrown at Pirate Software is that he doesn't disclose that he is helping publish and promote a live service game. He has a direct reason as a studio to not want Stop Killing Games from working. You can disclose that. It's like having an ad. You should be disclosing that so people feel like they're making an informed decision based on the fact that you are saying this. You can say, listen, I am in cooperation with a dev making a live service game, so there are reasons why I feel this specific way. Not, oh, this guy is a greasy used car salesman. I'm going to tell everyone I know to never support this. The mask is off, eat my ass.
Yeah, you have a direct
Vested interest,
monetary
yeah.
incentive to a live service game. Like that's you should be telling your audience that when you say you don't like Stop Killing Games, the movement.
Yeah.
That way people understand where you're coming from is biased. And being biased isn't inherently bad, but it's good to acknowledge that you are biased, especially on this thing you're talking about to your audience.
Yeah, that's like one of the biggest things is just acknowledge your bias. Acknowledging your bias is not a bad thing. I don't understand where we've gotten in the system where acknowledging the bias is inherently evil. It's not.
Really makes you think why you might not want Stop Killing Games to succeed. Also, don't throw any hate at Rivals of Ether 2. They actually do have an end-of-life plan to keep the game playable and alive for the community after it ends. The same goes for the rest of the off-brand
Which, why didn't you mention that? Like, do you guys... Wouldn't it have been great if Thor, during all of the drama when talking about Rivals of Aether, literally mentions that the game has those measures recently? So you're not scrounging for that information? Wouldn't it be important to do that? Be like, hey, as a studio, we are making measures to do that. We just don't want the government involved. You could be like, yeah, it's our studio decision. To which people will be like, yes, but not every studio, not every, especially AAA studios are going to do that. And we want AAA studios to do that.
But the trick is if you make the studio decision to make this work, and if it's something that's government regulated anyway, ding dong, you're still adhering to the government oversight.
Yes.
If that is something that gets passed regardless. So like if it aligns with your business model and what you as a developer stand for in games, for like the longevity of a fan base to enjoy a always online game like that, then like who cares if the government is also telling you to do the same thing?
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of one of the most important things, because if the company that he supports and helps run in some capacity is doing it, then why not highlight that? Be like, listen, we are doing this, unless it's not a decision by him and it was a decision by the devs, because if you remember, it's being co-produced. It doesn't necessarily mean that that was an internal off-brand decision. It might have been the Rivals of Aether team that chose to do that. But then just slam dunk say it like it is your decision. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, and the government regulation is specifically because consumers are tired of getting screwed over.
Games. Don't throw them any hate. Okay, we're gonna take just one more detour before we get to the Pirate Software Company. Let's check out Jason's GitHub and see if there's any code for us to review there. For those of you that don't know what GitHub is, it's basically the site where developers store their code bases and development teams
really
work together
hard
on a code base. In Jason's case, his code bases would be tied to his games. Okay, so here's Jason's GitHub account, and he has 0 public projects on his account and 0 activity for the year of 2025.
Okay.
So no public repos doesn't exactly prove anything, and you don't need to have public repos, but most active developers do have something at least. Also, let me point out, GitHub does have an option of having private repos, which are code bases not viewable by users, not part of the team. But GitHub also has the option to show activity on private repos on your profile without leaking any private repo data. Again, this doesn't prove anything, but it's incredibly odd to see a self-proclaimed developer and hacker have 0 public code on his GitHub. And
yeah, it's also kind of weird because he also touts himself for educational purposes. So why would he not update a GitHub for educational purposes? You'd think that would be the whole thing, is that would make sense. It would make sense because part of his channel is to educate and inspire people to make games. From everything that I've been told about looking up his channel, that was part of the original ethos.
And zero activity on his account. Let's try 2024, and there's nothing. Okay, 2023, oh, I see some activity, and it's bug reports. He has made 4 bug reports and some feature requests, 0 coding to review for
Okay, bug reports, bug reports.
2023. Okay, let's try 2022. All right, I see 2 green dots, and again, it's 2 bug reports, no code to check
Bug
over.
reports,
All right,
okay.
2021, I'm feeling lucky, and there's nothing. Okay, 2020, he's applying to be a part of the live coders list. All right, last year to check, 2019, and his only activity is he joined January 13, 2019. Man, that was disappointing. Over 7 years of having a GitHub account, he seems to have done 0 public coding, with a grand total of 6 bug reports. Again, this doesn't prove anything too much, but most professional developers and hackers generally have something on their accounts, even if it's just super minor stuff like their settings for their favorite text editor or application. Jason could have a separate personal account.
Yeah, it's weird. And it, like, seeing the people in the chat who, like, kind of understand coding as either their job, or as a hobbyist, you guys are all saying, like, there's an actual importance with GitHub if you are trying to build a portfolio, which, if I'm being honest, would interestingly maybe support the idea that he was a Nepo baby, because he wouldn't need to update his GitHub because he was given jobs, which is okay. Literally okay.
Where he does all his work, but the entire thing is just incredibly strange and unusual. Just about every tech YouTuber and streamer has a GitHub account with some random project scattered around. Anyways, finally with all those positions and GitHub stuff out of the way, let's finally get to Pirate Software, the company, and Jason's actual game development start. Let's take a look at his game dev skills, his game dev execution. With all his bragging, I'm sure this is going to be an incredible story with no issues at all. All right, so his first game his studio published was a game called Champions of Breakfast. This was a game roughly built in 8 months in the Game Maker engine. This was the first game that Jason claimed had the unpiratable DRM, where basically the game's Steam achievements acted as a save file. I'll touch on all these points again in just a bit, keep them in mind, while I move to his next and only other game, Heartbound. So Heartbound is the big game Pirate Software is known for. And
wait, what does he mean he has the unpiratable DRM? Is he touting the fact that he DRMs his games to make sure that they're not pirated? Why are you called Pirate Software?
From my recollection, it's always online so that the Steam can check for the Steam achievements, and in doing so becomes infinite DRM. But I don't know how accurate that would work.
His DRM is Steve achievements, multiple people have said. But like, I thought the whole idea behind his channel was potentially explaining why people pirate games and encouraging them not to.
Okay, I guess I got it somehow. Okay.
Yeah, you did.
No, I don't think he encourages.
So what you're saying is that he doesn't understand why people pirate games and why, yes, it can be a bad thing, but like, what? I think this guy's insane. I think this guy has always been a liar. I think this guy's just always lied. And again, I'm not saying his entire career is a lie, but like, it's just like small little bits of information and like showing people that he's like more than what he's supposed to be.
I think he's worked enough in the tech industry and in the video game side of the tech industry enough where he can position himself above normal people, more normal than you and me, and espouse whatever he wants to, because those are the people that are listening to him. And he has somehow garnered enough watchers through his TikToks and YouTube shorts and goodwill that he's able to continue to do that and say anything.
The save game is tied to the Steam achievements. If you're not connected to the internet and the game can't read your achievements, you can't continue.
Yeah, that's insane. You wouldn't download a resume to watch me, chat.
and it has a crazy development history.
Watch
So according to the wiki, Heartbound's first build was October 7th, 2015. Again, this game was also made in GameMaker. It's a 2D game that's mostly story-driven with extreme similarities to Undertale, and is supposed to have 5 acts or chapters in total. A Kickstarter for the game was launched on February 24th, 2017, roughly a year and a half after work originally started on it. The original goal was to have the game finished and released by December 2017, but shortly after the launch, it was claimed the game was to be fully complete and released in early to mid-2018. A few months later, the goal was once again changed, and now is targeting early access on Steam in December 2018. The game did land on Steam in December of 2018 in early access. This release contained a chapter 1 that was complete, with a basically near fully done chapter 2. Gee, I hope this doesn't become a trend with delays, failed promises, and shifts in goals. Surely,
oh no!
Jason will complete this game in a few more years, right? At the very start of January 2019, they released a patch where in the patch notes it said Animus, the name of chapter 3, was being developed. And this is where everything started truly going to hell. Now, we have a few things we should note here. This is technically the 3rd year of development if we're going off the October 2015 first build date. If we compare this to Undertale, Undertale completed development in 2 years, 7 months, with Toby Fox doing most of the development solo, with some help from Tammy Chang on art. Also, let's just take a quick look at the How Long to Beat site and see how much content Undertale has. Okay, the main story is 7 hours.
Greg, we're never finishing this game. We have to finish this game. Undertale. We have never gone back. We need to finish the game. We need to do it. We need to do it for Weaver. Specifically, only Weaver. We need to finish this game for Weaver.
And for me, I still need to play it. I still haven't finished it.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
With side content, it's roughly 11 hours. A completionist run is 20 and a half hours. Okay, pretty good and respectable times for an indie game built in 2 years, 7 months. Heartbound, as of 2025, is still in active development. So let's take a look at how much content time they have. All right, the main story is 2.5 hours. With side content, it's 3 hours, and a completionist run is 3.5 hours. The Pirates Software team has been working on this game for...
Wait, this game is only 3 hours?
That's crazy.
That's... For how many years of development, it's only 3 hours? That's wild. That's insane.
10 years, currently more than 3 times as long as the Undertale team, and the Pirate Software team has 1 additional team member. Yeah, just think about that for a moment. Anyways, let's start.
This game ain't fucking worth it. This game ain't fucking coming out. What the fuck do you mean? 3 hours, fucking 3 hours a game for what? Do you? Okay, wait. Do you pay for this game? Chat. Do you pay for this game? Hold up, I need to know.
Yeah.
Heartbound. Do you pay for this game?
Of course. It depends on how much
it is. $10. For 3 hours, chat, you could play an unfinished $10 game.
That's yes. Unfinished $10 game is probably the best way to describe it.
An unfinished $10 day game. What is happening? Watch it be 22. Oh, I will lose my mind. It's all no fucking way, Pimenta. Don't you actually lie to me right now?
Says piracy is a service issue. Wants to stop a movement that would address potential service issues. I can't seem to find the patient's brain, chat.
So you can download the demo for free. Fair enough. But it's 10 hours, 3... What? And it's had multiple Kickstarters. Why isn't this game done? Wait, I need to see something real quick. Hold up. Chat, I need to see something. Greg?
I'm gonna look up something too.
Is that not one of the... Is this not what the weird sex furry picture looks like?
Oh, the hyena? The sticker?
Yes.
That's funny.
This looks exactly like one of the stickers they use in the furry ERP texts. I hate it here. I hate it here.
Okay, hold on. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look like it's ever been on sale, except for one time.
Okay.
It's only been the lowest it's ever been is $7.99.
That's actually insane. How much money did this game raise on Kickstarter? How much money did this game raise on Kickstarter? Was this a Kickstarter game? I know the plush was a Kickstarter. It's literally 3 hours because 2 hours is the return limit.
Yeah, but you could still speedrun it in 2.
Yeah, you could still argue it. A lot. It's happened. That's insane, man. Axes with the 5.
The Final Fantasy X and X2 HD remaster is $11.99 on Steam RNBTW.
If I make a visual novel before Heartburn, can we get the op block to play it? Yeah, I'll play your visual novel. Like straight up, if you guys like make a game, I'll play it. Why not? It's fun. You guys are our community.
2019 and Chapter 3 Animus development. For most of 2019, it seems like there was steady progress on Chapter 3 with various patches over the year. So far saying additional content was added. On October 2019, Jason tweeted that roughly 86% of Chapter 3 has now been completed. Then
No,
2 years
this
later,
we know is a
Jason tweets that
lie.
Chapter 3 is now 92% done.
Wait, who's lost 100k subs? Wait, has Pirate Software lost 100k subs? That's crazy if true.
Yeah, it's been about 10k a day. I saw.
Jesus Christmas.
Mhm.
I'm more curious about his live stream channels. I don't know if does he live stream on YouTube? I don't know.
I
don't
think
remember.
just Twitch, but I don't know.
I'm curious about his Twitch live stream stuff. What his viewership has been.
So, over 2 years, he made 8% progress on one chapter. 20 years of game dev industry experience, people, and 7 years working at Blizzard.
That's so weird.
Okay, let's rewind and go back to 2020 and see the Twitch
So,
statistics
for those who
and see
don't
what-
know, this calendar is insane. We've gone over it a little bit. There's just absence of work here.
was happening. Okay, the start of 2020 up till March seems like a normal stream schedule. Seems like he caught a cold on March 10th. Then after 9 days, he goes to urgent care and is diagnosed with pneumonia and gets a COVID test. Then we move to March 21st and COVID test results come back and it's negative. No COVID,
So he has COVID. Okay.
just pneumonia. Wait, never mind. March 24th, Jason goes back to urgent care. Pneumonia was incorrectly diagnosed.
Oh,
and he actually has
no!
severe bronchitis. All right, March 30th, he's still sick, but once again confirms negative for COVID. This is really important. All right, a few days later, April 10th, and his cold status is defeated and we're good to go. I know I'm being silly joking in this section, but I generally don't wish Jason any health issues. All right, so then we move on to April 11th, 2020, and work on Heartbound has restarted. Work is continuing over the next few days. According to tweets, most of April was good, so was most of May 2020. We're still working on Heartbound at this point. Again, nearly all of the May prog is on Heartbound. Then we skip all the way over to July 2020, and work on Heartbound is still progressing. Seemed like there's some trouble during September, October, and November, with December being fine, and so is January of 2021 being fine. Then we hit February 2021, and then he tweets out.
So remember, he's having like long COVID symptoms, pneumonia, whatever is happening throughout this. Interesting. Also, there's 118 of you and only 34 likes on the video. What are we doing, chat? We can at least get that to 100, right? Lurkers, I'm looking at you, lurkers. You are my favorite people on the internet. Like the video. Downvote the video. I don't personally care.
He has had COVID for 9 months since the start of February of 2020. Wait, what? Jason was only sick in March according to his own tweets at that time period. And there's work from February from earlier. And there's proof he worked during April, May, June, July, and August at the very least, judging by his Twitch stats and his Steam announcements and patches for the game. It seems the only major slowdown of streams and work was 3 months of September, October, and November. Where he lost 9 months of time and had to stop development based on his tweets, I have no idea. I mean, it's not like he's going to change.
Shit. Damn. These are stats. So he's had a weekly average of 50k lost, and in the last 30 days has lost 130k. Wow. Wow. That's a like granted, like, yeah, he's like a 2.5 million, 2.5 million sub channel, but that is a very large number when you think about like everything else. Very interesting. I do know about Gawkbound. I am excited for it. So, Private Parts, who is the individual that got sued, that was getting DMCA claimed by Pirate Software, and didn't move forward with it, by the way. There seems to be like some inconsistencies with Pirate Software's verbiage on that. He's making a game called Gawkbound, and it's about Chud. It's about Chud logic. Interestingly enough, Beckett's in the game, allegedly. I think Beckett and President Sunday's in the game. I don't know who else is. I think Aiden, maybe Queeman. God only knows. I'm excited. I'll play the game at launch when it launches. I actually really excited for the game.
A story after this, right? Oh wait, there's this old tweet from November 2020 where Jason says he was recovering for nearly 8 months and couldn't daily stream or work. Let's look at the Twitch stats graph again and his tweets. He couldn't work during this period, but everything he posts during this time says he was working on Heartbound, and his Twitch stats confirm it. So does Steam. I mean, Jason wouldn't lie and change his story and opinions randomly.
Yes, we will get the card posting in a little bit because it's relevant to us, actually.
right? Especially not as loyal viewers and Heartbound fans. Let's skim the graphs and see what else we can see. Okay, 2021, minus the months of March, April, May, and June, his streaming is extremely good and consistent, with tons of stream days going past 10 hours and some days hitting 16 hours.
Okay.
2020, about the same for March, April, May, and June, and September, with the rest of the months being slightly less consistent, but still more consistent than not. Then we get to 2023, and this is incredibly consistent with the stream averages being 6 to 8 hours per day. Let's start diving back
Okay.
into Jason's tweets. So on June 2023, he catches COVID again. Okay, that seems to match up with his Twitch stats graph. Here there's a
Hey, kick yeah for the 20 sec.
Thank you,
If you become a member, Falgi will cure you.
Yes, Chad, if you become a member, I will cure you. And yes, if I've always said this, if somehow this has been the rule, if someone weirdly donates like 50 gift subs, we will do a Pamper Chew stream. That has always been the thing. But you can become a member today. You will get members only VOD. Sometimes I'll put them behind the wall if YouTube doesn't like them.
clear week gone. Let's see what Jason says in July.
That was a hell of a thing. That's the second time I've gotten COVID. The first time took 9 months to recover. This one took probably about, I think it was in total about 20 days. So
There's no point in time in 2020, 2021, 2022, or 2023 where he lost 9 months consecutively or stopped development for that period of time. He also in the clip claimed he got
Okay.
COVID twice in total. So that doesn't explain why there's 4 sections of gaps on development.
Yeah, that doesn't, it's not consistent with the COVID diagnosis or treatment.
Since all these gaps are months apart and he only had COVID twice. Let's skip ahead to June 2024 and see what he says about these 4 years of development.
how long have you been working on this game? Was the coding a solo job? Yeah. Nobody else has touched the code base for Heartbound ever except for me. It's just me. I've been working on it for about 7 years, but I lost 2.5 years to COVID.
Okay, I hope at this point you realize his excuses for not
You didn't lose 2 years. You don't combine the months.
Why play Heartburn when you could wishlist Lover's Enigma on Steam?
Yes, you can. You can also purchase, this is a weird endorsement. You could also purchase Date Everything. Cloudy's been going through it in the Discord. It's been a lot of fun to watch. I also recently played Dead as Disco as a demo live on Steam. This is actually like a real endorsement. That game is a lot of fun. It's a character action game where you can upload your own MP3 files for music and you can fight to them. It's really fun.
working on Heartbound, and his tweets are filled with complete BS. Once again, he stopped development in 2020, 3 months between September to October, where he had his first COVID period of inactivity. His second COVID was in June 2023. No matter how you try to arrange this and make sense of it, the numbers don't work out. Especially since we can see his 2023, he basically had a perfect stream schedule.
And it's, yeah, and he's constantly streaming throughout that. Weird, right, chat? It's almost like he's more concerned about being an entertainer than a game dev, chat.
If we look at 2021 and 2022, there were only 2 gaps where he seems to be affected, and they're months apart. Jason basically just decided to quit working on his game sometime during 2020 and has been making random excuses since then on why he hasn't made progress. Chapter 3 Animus, the reason we've been going through this chart started all the way back.
Chat. Weird, right?
In January of 2019. If we look at the latest patch in 2025, work on Chapter 3 Animus is still going somehow. We have gone through 6 years of development so far, and Jason hasn't been able to complete 14% of Chapter 3. Seriously, what the hell? Remember, Undertale took 2 years, 7 months to finish the full entire game with 3 times as much content as what Heartbound is currently delivering in 2025, with 10 years of development time under its belt. To put this into even more perspective, let's look at Yandere Dev, a developer notorious for having
We can never escape him, chat.
I was not ready for this jump scare.
No! If you don't know, we have a history with Yandev. I'm tired, chat. I'm so tired.
Also chat, Final Fantasy IX is on sale for $5.
We will never find peace.
I think
Never!
it's funny. I think it's funny that Pirate Software is going to be in like the same conversation with
That's
with
insane.
Yandev for
Dev,
forever now.
yeah.
Mac with some cheese became a member. Mac with some cheese celebrates 2 months
Thank
of
you for the 2
membership.
months, Mac.
0 days since last gen dev mention.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
no clue what he's doing programming-wise, and spends the majority of his day responding to emails and maybe spending a few minutes each day working on his game. He makes more progress and more consistently than Jason does. Seriously, I'm not joking. Here's the update list for Yandere Dev starting in 2020. Yandere
What
Dev
is
has
happening?
made more progress and more consistently at that in that year alone than Jason has in the last 5.
The fact that in between all of this, he's a pedophile is one of the crazy, not Pirate Software, Yandev. In between all of this, he is a pedophile, gets caught for it, loses like loses so much steam, and this fucker is still making this game. He replaced Cameron, by the way, like soon after the game. This is insane. Oh my god, this is so dumb.
It's his life's work.
We just might be
It's
living
his
in a
life's
timeline where
accomplishment.
Yandere Dev finishes his game before Jason does. And yes, I might have gone slightly crazy trying to plot 6 years of Animus development with conflicting tweets and time gaps onto Twitch stats graph.
This is so crazy. This is so weird and crazy. But you know,
It's
chat,
Superman.
the ride don't end. Cause it's never over. Here's Pirate Software about coding Jesus' video literally a day ago, chat. The ride is not over.
You make a link to it? You have to click on the little 6 hours edited. Aha! So that doesn't seem to do it? Oh, do I have to right-click on this and then copy link address? And then do that.
Interesting, chat. For those who don't know, I mentioned coding Jesus' video going over how bad Pirate Software's coding is. But yeah, after complaining for months about brigading, Pirate Software brigades coding Jesus after getting ratioed.
Is that what does this? Ah, it does highlighted comment. There we go. Boop. There's my comment on it. Enjoy. And I also have a whole argument with a whole bunch of people in the replies in there so they can see what's going on with it.
Why would you not review this on your stream?
I talked them through the entire thing of why I did that all in an array, because that is not normal practice to do that, and it's specifically so that you guys can reverse engineer the game and solve the ARG. Sometimes doing bad practice has meaning, which is why I did it in that case, so that you guys could do those ARG components. And I've been saying that for years. The ARG solving community around the game knows this. That's why it's done. So it's not a gotcha. It's just stupid.
Again, because I see it in chat, there is no evidence that Thor was inappropriate with minors. Don't spread that around. I have a big thing about false allegations, specifically. Don't do that. Do not do that. It's a bad form. I will tell you that for real.
You're a hacker. Like that's where you like kind of started.
Actual hacker.
An actual hacker. Like,
Yes,
not like
yes.
I'm a hacker. No, you're an actual
That's
hacker.
kidding.
You've won.
Like an actual hacker.
Yeah,
Yeah, my last job was hacking power plants for the federal government. I worked for the United States Department of Energy.
So
Just the
dude walks in with a
and
laptop and a suit, and you lean
Yeah.
over to, who's that guy?
Well, that's the hacker from the government.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the hacker.
A thing we don't know, by the way. A thing Here's the thing.
I don't think he would be able to say. I don't think that's.
I
a
was
thing
just
he'd
about to
be
say
able to
he
say.
shouldn't be able to say this live. An NDA would prevent him from saying
Like
this.
Like,
3 to
what?
4 man teams, man. So like we've got a team. Of
Oh, you
dudes
had a
looking
fleet.
Like
You had
this.
like a team
Yeah.
of dudes in
It
suits,
wasn't just
holding
me.
laptops,
Yeah,
walking into
exactly.
restricted areas. Okay.
When he says things like this,
Joey, it's fine. It's just like people like to spread false shit around. We try our best to kind of like tighten that up because it's inappropriate. Not your fault. Just inappropriate.
what he's trying to paint in your mind as a viewer
This is
that
coding
he's some
Jesus,
sort
by the
of
way.
Unit 8200 Mossad agent writing zero-day exploits on USB.
That is way too much knowledge for me. But yes, this is coding Jesus. If you guys don't know, he's
Number
like
50 in trending. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, his channel blew up, and he's been doing this for like a time. I mean, the dude's got a face card on him. I'll give him that. My man has got a face card. Okay.
Look, if your face that good, put it in every thumbnail. That's all I'm saying.
This is the motif. My brother in Christ. This beard, not for me. When it's shaved, good. This clean face though, very good in my opinion. There's other stuff regarding this as well. Let me see if I can find the one where Thor reacts to finding out about that. Let me see if that's on. Fucking Filipino boy explains Manny Pacquiao what a VTuber is. That's insane. I know who Filipino boy is. That's wild. Let's see if I can find it. There was another one. Conney situation. If I can't find it, I can't find it, which just sucks, but it's life.
Mm.
Rick, how's your day?
Okay.
Oh, here it is. This is a 7-minute compilation of Thor discussing Coding Genius's video. Now, I will make it very... Jesus' video. I will make it very clear. I don't fully understand the coding stuff. There is an interview on Quintero. Quintero is a daily commentary channel. He does live streams and cuts it up into like daily uploads. It's on his channel. If you want to look at that, I suggest going there. To me, it's dry as hell. It's just dry as hell. I will try to explain it the best way I can, because all the coding stuff I don't have knowledge about.
Should look at my comment underneath this video. Jesus can help you. You mean the guy who's never used Game Maker Studio, doesn't know Game Maker language, and talked a lot of shit but was wrong? Pretty funny. Should look at my comment underneath this video. Imagine screaming and shitting about alarms in Game Maker saying, why aren't these renamed when you...
What is it? Coders in chat, feel free to tune in, chime in with whatever
Coders in chat, it's time to put your listening ears on.
This is literally what we need you for, to discern what this conversation is about.
So I've listened to this part of the conversation. So what he is saying is so the code he has made ends in like random zeros that don't make sense because it is very rudimentary and can cause late term issues if the mistakes aren't corrected, or if there are mistakes down the line that are reliant on the fact that those alarms are very rudimentary. Like, it's, from what I can gather, and Pimenta and all of my other coders can correct me, Thor's problem is the way that he codes does not future-proof the game from bugs. Because there's always gonna be bugs in the game's code, but the fact that there are so many, from what I understand, infinite loops, especially with the alarms, it is going to be much harder on the bug on the QA side of it. That is kind of what I've understood from it. Let me know if I'm incorrect in my analysis, or just in my... Yes, he could have made a single line where anything would end in a zero anyway. He only forces the machine to make more decisions. See? I'm learning, chat! I paid attention!
You literally can't rename them.
It's called spaghetti code, as Abyssal Grey and KJ have stated. The noodles overlap until they make a tight ball of dependencies, and you can't literally figure out what broke it. Oh, okay.
Wild behavior. It's just another, like, YouTube grifter trying to fight for relevance, dude.
Again, Coding Jesus is not a YouTube grifter. Yeah. He's not a grifter. Coding Jesus has been making... Like, you could go back and look at his channel. This guy's not a grifter. His oldest video about coding is 5 years old.
Coders, is Pirate Software showing his ass by not knowing who Coding Jesus is, or is he being deliberately obtuse to his audience because he knows his audience might not know who Coding Jesus is?
I actually don't know. I don't know if Coding Jesus is big in the... Oh, he's showing his ass, allegedly. He's doing both. Okay. Is Coding Jesus big in the, like, learn to code space? I don't know anything about him. It's more like he's being obtuse. Fair. Yes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Coding Jesus has been at this for years. And in an interview with, oh, wow. These glasses look good on you, dude. In an interview with Quintero, like, he says, like, listen, like, I just don't get into the drama of it, but I felt like it would be important to get in there. I mean, that's completely fine.
Dude, that's all that shit is.
God, there's so many, so many computer people. Yandere Dev has the similar coding issues where he jams a bunch of what-if statements together until it's actively a chore to make it. Oops,
yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Honky? No.
I like that we have potato and we have potatoes.
Yes, I saw that. Coding Jesus helped me learn coding because my teacher wouldn't.
Wow.
So yeah. Cal, I'll look at you like that. I don't know. Hit me up in DMs. I don't know. I'll look at you like that.
All too common these days. Think you saw that one? Very strange. Yeah, it's nuts, dude. You could still use alarms by for loop instead of manually setting all to 0 with 8 lines. Those were set to 0 because it was ending the alarms. By setting the
So what I understand is that this is bullshit. This is legitimately like a bullshit statement. Anyone who understands coding knows it doesn't matter. This is he is not answering the question correctly. And not only that, he's answering like a completely different question. Because the solution the person gave is actually the correct solution. This is what I know about this part.
them to 0.
This little for loop thing actually is the correct solution to the problem he is creating.
You're actually setting the alarm to off. You
No,
would
that
know
is incorrect from what I
if you've
understand.
ever used GameMaker. And that wasn't all of the alarms, it was some of them. So, there'd be no reason to set that to a for loop. Can't see your comment? Did he delete it? That'd be even funnier.
So this is him believing that his comment was deleted. No, what happened is that his comment had poor engagement because people are tired of pirate software. They're just tired of him. They're like, arguing with pirate software is boring because all he does is just be a big baby about it and say you're brigading him and it's death threats when you are just saying, hey, you're being bad faith.
You deleted the comment? That would be even funnier.
No, because that's what you would do.
No, it's
'cause
still
you
there.
have deleted comments and videos.
Yeah, I wrote this underneath this video.
And
I
streams.
said, it's clear you've
And
never used
streams.
GameMaker before based on your comments. Here's a quick rundown for you. Sprite Spark is not a magic number. It's a direct reference to an asset file
This
called
part is
Sprite
really
Spark.
funny to me.
This is how GameMaker allows
Because
you
he's
to link.
uploaded his own comment and downloaded other comments.
So there's something interesting about this Sprite Spark section, and you would need the video to understand this. So the Sprite Spark section is during Coding Jesus critique. A-Space, thank you for the raid, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And for those who don't know, we are currently reviewing this craziness that is pirate software drama. But it is, yes, cigarettes in the chat for Ace. Ace, so I hope you had a good stream. I don't know all the Shister drama, but it seems gay as hell. And potentially autistic, according to your stream title. But yeah. Big thing is, this is an incorrect statement. I suggest watching, again, the Quintero. Oh, everybody, it's Goat Cato, unfortunately. It's everyone's favorite chatter. Goat Cato.
There they are.
There it is. But yes. So when we're talking about this in the Game Maker Studios, it's actually an incorrect statement because if you look at the video, it is pirate software highlighting Spark, the Spark. It is not Coding Jesus because it's in the video. This is just pirate software being wrong about pirate software. This guy's insane.
Link sprites and other assets. When you want to use a sprite, sound, or other object,
He
you
just
call it
lies
by
all the
name.
time.
The functions you called out are part type create are built in that allow you to define a particle. The functions below this directly reference different aspects of this particle effect. These cannot be modified, but they can be wrapped, but this wouldn't be efficient. Having them exposed as normal allows you to modify existing particles dynamically, meaning in
Again, this
runtime,
is him
while the effect is
incorrectly assuming where it is, and him thinking that he deleted it. I'm not really going to go over this whole thing. Because, again, this is him being incorrect about what he was highlighting, from what I understand. Again, Quintero's video is a really, really good one with that interview, so I suggest it.
never use the language that I'm working with, and all of his points are moot as a result.
That's not true, because everything that has been stated is basics of coding language that you refuse to budge on, that the coding language doesn't technically matter. What matters is that this is a rudimentary system. This is a rudimentary step that you have to do.
You know,
Again,
basic
I'm
internet
not a
bullshit.
coder. Stop
Cutting
bullshit.
Jesus released a 15-minute video reviewing you. Do you see it by any chance? Yeah, and I wrote a gigantic comment on it. We actually just went over it. Cutting
Oh, uh-oh. Are you dying? Reddit, are you dying? I think Reddit just died. Now,
In the
chat.
middle of stream.
In the middle of
Nice.
stream, Reddit. I can't believe it. You know, again, those are just some of the things they would say. Again, if you think that Pirate Software is being truthful, by all means, go right ahead. I don't personally think so, but that's not the point, chat. Now we have 2 more videos to watch. What I'm going to do very quickly is warm up some food while Greg entertains the chat.
Hello,
Greg,
chat.
go talk to chat while I get
Okay.
the dog ready.
Will do. Get the dog ready for what?
You.
Okay. Hello, chat. I hope you're doing well. What else is going on? What have I missed? What is happening in the world? I don't have keys. He's gonna eat the dog. Yeah. Not the everyone's saying he has his headphones on so he can hear that scrippers are out. I have very few keys. What? I will tell you something in chat though. I will because he's listening. He will hear. Hi, Yen. There. I've told you a secret.
What? Greg!
You have a spoon.
Greg! And it's because I was by myself.
I know. And I was letting you have your moments. I didn't feel like interrupting.
How the hell did you react?
I am watching at the speed of chat.
I don't want to talk to you right now.
Go warm up your food. This is my time. There goes Leia. Did she bark? Thanks for the gripper.
Thanks for the grippers.
And thank you for the dono. I'm trying not to cough on stream, but it's gonna keep happening, so just bear with me, chat. Somebody said something about Legacy of Kain. Well, it's Blood Omen 2. I have not played either. Q is the Legacy of Kain fan. I know they're both coming to Steam soon or something, if I remember right. I'll feel fine. It's been like a week of this. It's going away soon. Greg, you're getting
Greg,
the
you're
Ace
getting the Ace
Space
Space co-host stream experience.
I have I'll let that play. Hold on. I have not felt this abandoned on stream in a very long time. That's okay. It takes a long time to microwave things. I understand. Legacy Hand is on my wish list, but unfortunately, a Lobotomy Corp got me by the throat. I have not heard of that one. Okay, I'm just cutting stuff away. Coughing and dying, card posting, always sounds scared, doesn't he? I think this card posting video is going to be good. Every time we bring him up, he always has the correct take.
Card posting has funny energy. Yes, Chad, I'm
Yes.
back with my roast pork.
Pork.
I have roast
Your
pork.
pork-
Let me
your pork
let
in the
me
roast.
make sure to share this. So I hate you. So card
That's
posting
funny.
has a very interesting video out. And I want to talk about it because I find it to be like incredibly interesting. What is this? Is this card posting slapping?
It's card
Oh,
post
you're looking
slapping
at the Christian Joaquin Phoenix love child.
Thor.
Oh, you're looking at the yes, card posting. We do love card here. So
Until he
CORPOS-
does something wrong, and then he's always been a crook.
He's always been a. I said this before. He's making like a series of videos that's can kiwi farms be like redeemed to be a force of good? It's a very weird video series. But for those who don't know, card posting. Holy shit, we reached the goal, by the way, chat. It's time to feed that puppers. Hey, it's new goal time, by the way. If you want to feed that dog, all you gotta do is hit that goal. It's time to feed the puppers. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed the dog now on the Uplock stream tonight. Yes, everybody, it's time to feed that dog. Come on, girl. Get up. Look at her go, chat. She is eating the treat. And if you want to support, we hit another goal. But thank you guys so much.
I appreciate each and every one of you. But
Yes.
most importantly, you. Who did I say that to?
Goat
You know who you
Cato.
are.
Goat Cato
No.
was the final donation.
No. They know who they are.
Let's get into. So card posting has made 2 videos. First video he made why you should hate pirate software. The second video is Jason Thor Hall tried to take down my video. LOL, Lamau even. Want to make this very clear. I find this video very interesting because our video randomly got community flagged about reading his furry ERP. Weeks after the video was already out. But take it away, Mr. Card Posting.
Hello there, my name's Card, and here on my YouTube page I like to make simple little videos about things that interest me. This video will just be something of a quick update for people who might have seen another recent video of mine, one called You Should Hate Pirate Software, which incidentally
Base title.
I'll link at the top of this video's description if you want to go watch it
Base.
for yourself. Now, I believe and am asserting that Jason Thor Hall of Pirate Software not only inexplicably ended up seeing my little video, but he got really mad about it and has tried his best to take it down.
It is my belief that Pirate Software watches every video about him.
Same. It is my personal belief that he sees every one of them.
I believe when he's done streaming and he lays in bed, he's just looking at YouTube on his phone about everything related to him.
I also equally believe that. Straight up, equally believe that he does that. Potato, he is Australian.
It's okay. I'm American. I don't know accents either. I get them mixed up all the time. You are absolved of your sin.
Do you think that Pirate Software does my name is literally a word of power? Do you think he has Google alerts about it when his title gets used? Oh god.
Do you
I
think
should
we can
reach
get
out
him
to
on?
Cybersmith.
And I was gonna say, do you think we can get him on for an interview?
No, he hates people that cover him.
I know.
Because Quinthero in his video reached out to Pirate Software, tried to get him for an interview. Was like, I don't like your coverage. It's slop. Not my kind of thing. You've milked this. Literally says that to him, and I'm like, okay. Why would why do you need to
Gay
be
man
involved?
tells another man that he's
Yes.
getting milked.
Yeah.
Down and to otherwise fuck with it to the best of his ability. If that interests you, if you want all the juicy details, just bear with me for a moment and I'll get into why I think all that. But first, just a little bit of specific context. A couple of days ago now, I made a video talking about how I think Jason Thor Hall has been acting really shitty about the Stop Killing Games Consumer Rights Initiative. And why I don't like him and why I think others shouldn't like him either.
Based take.
This is like the best intro to any video essay I've ever listened to.
Bro, that's only 5 minutes.
It's so
Card
good.
is hilarious. I unironically think Card.
Yeah, I live and die by this thesis statement.
Yeah. I think Card is one of the most entertaining people to watch on the platform. Unironically. I think Card posting either really knows what he's doing or he has no idea what he's doing.
How
And
did
it's-
his GoFundMe go? And
I don't know. I haven't looked.
he made like $2,000 or something last time we checked.
But this is like my favorite thing, Card posting. He put this video out. Wait, where is it?
Hello
Help me figure out how to monetize my YouTube page. It's a 6-minute video, so it's already under what he needs to monetize. But then he's like, can Kiwi Farms ever be good? $27, like 27-minute video.
Small note, thanks for eating away from the mic.
Yes, no problem. I do
Cartoon,
try to eat away from it.
We have to yell at him, and it took
I've
him very long.
learned.
But he has learned. I cannot describe to you the pain we've had. You are coming in at a golden era for the uplink.
Well, didn't you hear? We killed our network. We killed our
Nickelodeon?
network. Yeah, Nickelodeon.
Now, my YouTube page is, by content creator standards, really, really small. I don't get a lot of views, which I'm perfectly happy with. If something I make gets 1,000 views total, I think that's super. That is beyond all
And
my
you know
wildest
what, card
expectations.
posting? And you're super. If you somehow see this video card posting, you're super.
But this video I did recently, you should hate
Unless
pirate
you're crook,
software.
and then we've always hated you.
I guess
Stop!
the mysterious YouTube algorithm liked it, or it's just a really popular topic right now, because my recent video got about 9,000 views in 2 days, and it's still gradually ticking up bit by bit. That's huge.
Let's
by
go,
my
card!
standards. It's not technically my most popular video outright, but it comes very close, and it's certainly the only video of mine that's done that well in such a short period of time.
Mm-hmm.
And I will also assert that, remarkably, Hall happened to see my video when it only had about 400 views on it.
But how do you know
He
that?
watched it privately and got exceedingly angry at what he considered to be an attack on his character, even if it's just coming from absolute small fry like me.
Card, that is very specific. How do you know that? How do you know that?
And I also believe, although the exact details here may be a little bit speculative on my part, Hall has tried to officially report my video to YouTube as being some sort of terms of service rule breaking targeted harassment.
Okay.
About 24 hours after he tried this, it became clear to him that this would not be successful. YouTube evidently declined to agree with him there, if they actually took his complaint in at all. So instead, around this time, Hall instructed people within the innermost circle of his fan community, on services like Discord and elsewhere, to mass report my aforementioned video themselves, and report my YouTube page, and seemingly to leave a bunch of comments under that video calling me wrong and a bully. Which is, by the way, also the reason that if you go to my...
How does
Oh, yeah,
he know
I am
that?
I'm kind of waiting for like screen caps or
The drop?
something. Yeah, I'm waiting for the info drop because Card was good with his Innuendo Studios take before.
Spoiler alert, he doesn't.
Bro.
But you'll see why. You will see why.
my You Should Hate Pirate Software video and filter the comments by chronological order, basically the only comments expressing significant disagreement with me all happen to have been left within one, 30-minute period, roughly 25 hours after that video was posted.
Interesting. So it got
okay.
brigaded.
Okay. You have me.
We're warmer?
You're losing me.
Warmer?
And also, come to think of it, telling your fans to wrongly mass report a video you don't like does seem like a sort of targeted harassment, doesn't it? But I digress. Also, I'm still here, and that video is still here.
Yeah.
How about that? Now, at this point, you should...
I'm sorry. Where is it? Where is the video? Where is the proof? But yes, if you must know, remember. Shh. Card posting is talking. Bring us home, card
be
posting!
thinking, Card, this all sounds perfectly plausible based on what we know about Jason Thor Hall's personality and ego.
I think I said that verbatim.
Ideally, you'd show us proof.
Mm-hmm.
That's very true and very astute of you to say.
Okay.
And I do have proof. I have receipts, as the TikTok teens say. And I'm going to...
Oh, Card.
Card must be protected. Card must be protected. at all costs. Card posting must be protected at all costs. I love this man until he does something wrong and then I have to disavow it.
Hold on to them for at least a little bit. Because the way I see it, I imagine that this video will make its way, sooner or later, back to Hall himself too. Which means there is an outside chance, a small chance, but a chance, he publicly addresses it. Even if in some small capacity, like on Twitter or whatever. And, firstly, I just want to know what parts of my narrative here he denies.
Okay, I'm curious. Now, I've seen card postings, you should hate pirate software video. It's basically everything that we've said, the Corpo shill stuff, just the way that he presents himself as, like, a pro-consumer, but clearly not pro-consumer person. Like, all of these things.
If any.
He agrees with us.
Yes, he
I'd
agrees
rather...
with us. He watched our video on it. We definitely never watched him. He watched us.
Yes.
Card posting, long time fan of the Apple. You know how I first know of card posting? Tyler, because of the Alec Gunther. He fucking owned Alec Gunther.
That's funny.
And it was hilarious. Like, Alec Gunther called him like a pedophile, and fucking Card went in on him.
Mm-hmm.
Card destroyed this man.
I feel like Diesel would be aware of his existence.
Oh, yes.
I'm sure
we've
knows
showed
about
Diesel
him,
card posting.
Okay.
He admit he tried to have my video taken down by
That's
YouTube
insane.
mods? Will he admit to the fact he got his fans to try and do the same? Or will he admit he got them to be annoying little toadies in my comment section for a while? I'm hoping that we might be able to get some specific denials from him on record before I tip my hand fully here.
Which I don't think he's going to do, by the way. So that's what So that's what card posting is doing. He wants to see if Thor will start denying it. Maybe in his Discord, but I don't think he's ever going to do it publicly.
He wants
Apologies to anyone who might have
He wants like the sword.
Yeah, but he clearly feels like he's got the
he clearly
the trump card.
Yeah, Card says that he has the evidence. I'm curious.
Yeah, I am curious.
I do understand why you want them, but I have considered my options here, and I do believe this will be the right way to do this.
Okay.
Trust the plan. Because I don't think Jason Thor Hall necessarily realizes the extent of what I happen to know here.
I'm curious.
And at this point, since I think he's watching, I'll just look directly to camera for a moment to say, "Hey, Jason, all your friends hate you, sucker."
Oh my god. We need a segment every stream that says, "Hey, what's card posting?"
What is card posting? It's just called "What's card posting today?"
Yeah, that's perfect.
Oh,
what is card posting today? Oh my
Play it
god,
again
we're his
right
biggest
now.
fans.
Play
I feel
it
like
again right
we're
now.
absolutely his biggest fans.
We're not. I think Judd likes him.
To say,
No, me.
"Hey, Jason, all your friends hate you, sucker."
That's no fucking shit in a grin. He's just so.
He
Card
wins.
postings update now, motherfucker.
He wins.
He won. The fact that we're gonna end this with a pirate software defense video, we're gonna end the stream like that, is gonna be really funny in comparison to this.
Anyway, if worst comes to pass, if we hear nothing back from him at all, I'll just make another video in the near-ish future, dropping everything pertinent, okay? As for right now, thank you for listening, goodbye, and have a lovely day.
I love him. He can do no wrong unless he's crook, in which case I've always hated him.
Greg, may you
Oh, really?
please, while I eat?
You want me to read this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The valid harmful opinions, or reply, the valid harmful opinions, lack of proof, preemptive fear/criticism. The receipts aren't merely Discord gay ops. I'm not going to be the one to give Jason Thor Hall So strike that. Maldavius Fig Tree, a W, by letting him easily refute anything. Trust the plan. I trust you inherently, card posting.
Trust the plan. Trust the plan. I believe harmful opinions actually says you
Trusted plan, trusted. Oh
Hey,
my god.
British Runner, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had fun today.
British. Yeah. How was your game? I saw you were gaming.
You were gaming. And British Runner also put out a new video on some oh my god, what is the game called? Because my brain is farting.
I don't know.
Dead Space
I'm
lore.
sick.
He put up some new Dead Space lore.
Oh, that's fun.
Which is very, very cool. It's about I believe, if I remember correctly, it's about the Church of Unification. So I'm very curious because actually, while I don't really like the Dead Space games, I like the lore of it. I'm very curious to see how it works. This is insane. Card postings! Give me the video card! I need it, card! Oh, by the way, this is a fun little card posting lore. He is filming, he films himself counting so he can beat the record for counting on camera. I, love card posting so much. He is card postings is a national treasure that should be lauded for all of time. It's so good. So, it is time to cover Upper Echelon. For those I don't
Epstein.
Oh god, that's loud. So I've never really covered Upper Echelon. I think I've watched maybe one of his videos. From what I understand, he has some pretty fair takes. But he put out
the thumbnail game is on point.
I like his thumbnail game. I like his simplistic thumbnails. I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, you should do simplistic thumbnails." And I say, "Fuck that. We do thumbnails for fun.
We do it for fun.
We do it for the love of the game." But more importantly, Pirate Software video aside. Now, I've heard mixed reactions to this Pirate Software video. Mainly because a lot of people have been very weird about it because it is a defense of Pirate Software. Again, I don't know Upper Echelon very well. I know that I believe it was what is it, John Strife? That's his name?
Josh Strife Hayes.
Yes, Josh Strife Hayes. I did leverage a little bit of criticism about the overly yuppiness of how, accountability culture, blah, 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 blah. You can't be mean to each other. Because my whole thing was that's he threw the first stone consistently and constantly. We're at the point where we're at the point where Pirate Software doesn't care how you feel because this is his immediate reaction.
Yeah, I think the only reason, and this is just my opinion, the only reason why Pirate Software gave him and Charlie the time of day is because they have a subscriber number. I legitimately feel like if he was just any other creator on the platform, he wouldn't give two shits about him saying Josh's opinion. And Josh's comes from the angle of there's a person behind the keyboard, the death threat swatting isn't necessary type of thing. But
right. But nobody is saying that who's critical of him. Nobody, let me rephrase that. Nobody with a platform cares about promoting those types of things. Because everyone with a platform, content creator, would never encourage that like that. And if there are content And remember, I will say this outright. If there are content creators that are promoting doxing and swatting or going on a diet tribe about how everybody and their mother, I want everybody's private information so I can constantly post it on my YouTube page. That straight up, I'll be very real. It's a TOS violation. That person should lose their channel. It's just the way it is. That's it's just a TOS violation. Something you're not supposed to do. You get striked for it. I don't know what to tell you. It breaks community guidelines. Just don't do it. It's gay. It's cringe. Don't do it. It's just really stupid. It's the same thing about threatening other people. Don't threaten people. Blah 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 blah. Don't swat people. That's crime. All this to say, I understand that Josh Strife Hayes is like tries to see another person, but sometimes you don't, in my opinion, you don't have to when that person doesn't care to see other people on the other end. You don't always need to treat people with kindness when your kindness will never be well received. It's just the reality of it.
Okay, today is a little bit of a different video, but
Okay.
honestly, I just want to weigh in on something that's been percolating through the online world for a while.
What game is this, chat? What game is this? I'm actually like, I'm genuinely curious. What game is this?
Valheim? No. No, Odyssey Invite. No. Wait, scroll over down again. Keep on, to the green
Outward.
thing.
I'm being told this game is Outward. Thank you, thank you.
Now, recently coming to a head yet again with regards to a movement that I previously endorsed called Stop Killing Games, which makes me want to say my piece and give my opinion on an individual named Pirate Software, who kind of feels like the internet's current villain, I guess, across a pretty wide variety of communities. Just to get this out of the way, I don't typically talk about drama. I focus on technology, above all else, finance, video games, predatory practices, and sometimes politics.
Okay.
But for this one, instead of a whole investigation or a complicated breakdown, I want to try and give some insights on what I think is really happening with the Pirate Software situation, and explain why nothing here actually matters, because the internet mob will probably never get what they want. For anyone who's
Okay. Now, this video did come out January, so it came out about
No,
2
June.
weeks. June, excuse me. Thank you. My dyslexia. That I one day get diagnosed with dyslexia. So this video came out in June. So this came out before a lot of the information I just showed you. But we already knew that a lot of that was incorrect.
Yeah.
We already knew that a lot of that was incorrect about it because Lyric, of all people, showed Pirates' lack of update of games. Lyric had that on hand, off rip. So we already know that this is not true. Not January, you assholes.
relatively unaware, even though news about this guy has been ping-ponging around various platforms like YouTube and Twitch, TikTok for like, I don't know, 6 months straight. Pirate Software is an ex-Blizzard employee turned streamer, and lately, he's kind of a lolcow. Lolcow, for those of you who don't follow sort of deep internet lore, lolcow is a Kiwi Farms term, which means someone who can be milked for laughs.
So, there was a chatter, and I cannot remember what video it was on. I think it was on, maybe the Jupiter video or the Nova video. And they talked about a very simple way that a lolcow is. Does person do X when pushed? If yes, can they be pushed more? If Y, lolcow. And I was just like, oh, that's like the simplest way. Like
Yeah.
if they could just be pressed more
That's
on
perfect.
the thing that bothers them, that is what happens because it's the content farm. Also, yes, it's a 4chan starting thing. It is not originally from Kiwi Farms.
Actually, it goes even further than that, widely used to refer to someone named Chris Chan initially. But Kiwi Farms is probably the most
Someone
widely
named Chris
recognized platform where it typically resides. It's basically someone who does stupid things, has ridiculous opinions, or gets easily goaded into various
I
behaviors.
told you that. Sweetie, I needed it in math form. I needed it
Yeah,
as an
Cla-
if-then statement.
Claudia's right. She did say that to you, and I heard it nowhere else before this moment.
You know, she can come on and yell at me herself. That's my new rule. Come on and yell at me yourself, sweetie.
That's your role. You won't read her chats.
No,
You'll
I'm always going to read her chats.
that other
Was Chris Chan the first lolcow?
Technically, I think yes. If not, like the most prominent for many a year.
Yes.
people find to be ridiculous, incorrect, or just plain cringeworthy. Examples of other streamers that
Oh,
are
yeah.
widely
No.
considered to be lolcows would be Darkside Phil, of course, also known as DSP, Wings
DSP!
of Redemption, or even maybe Boogie2988.
So
Yes,
I
these are all good examples. Boogie may have been fake trolling about many things, but he's also just a liar about a lot of
so
shit
here's what I would openly say. I don't know if I would consider Boogie a lolcow.
because he's in on it, and
Yeah,
it's either, 'cause
yeah, he's a little too self-aware for it.
that's fair. I can completely understand that, but he's been in so much shit too that he's like not exempt either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like the thing with fuck me, I'm about to say the thing.
Lolcows don't believe they're lolcows, and
Yes, lolcows are not self-aware. DSP at one time was self-aware and not. Wings is a weird case. I'll be honest, the examples that he chooses outside of Chris Chan, I don't consider lolcows.
that's fair. He's choosing the biggest names in gamerdom when there's bigger names he could be choosing.
Yes. Cal, I did see it. Thank you. I will try to get to them before the end of stream. Thank you for the shorts.
Date more recently. In all honesty, it's
Yeah. Boogie faked cancer. If that ain't a lolcow, I don't know what is. Here's the thing, Joey. Faking cancer is tame based on
compared to
everything else.
to some of this other
Yes.
shit. Yeah. Like,
and it's not only that. There have been people who have faked cancer on the internet before in real life. He's just a scammer. He doesn't need me yelling at him. Honey, I deserve you yelling at me. What do you mean?
no.
I
Don't
want
give
to
him
be
what he
yelled
wants.
at.
Don't give him what he wants.
Chat, if you want Cloudy to yell at me, tip for Cloudy to yell. If we reach the tip goal, Cloudy will yell at me. She will berate me if we reach the tip goal.
It's really not a pleasant thing. These people are ridiculed, insulted, and often degraded for entertainment purposes by tens of thousands of viewers. But if we're trying to make sense of the current situation, the pirate software situation that is, we have to understand.
It's a gosh darn travesty, though. The faking cancer is mild.
Yeah.
Real.
Yeah.
Very real.
And that widespread mockery and ridicule is a core component of what's happening right now.
Okay.
Here's a lightning fast.
Yes, but that is completely okay. So, this is outward.
Outward.
One of the main things that Upper Echelon is missing in the idea of a lolcow is their reaction to criticism and their reaction to people reacting to them. Pirate Software's reaction is, oh, are you reacting to me? You're bad faith. You're evil. You're trying to kill me, dox me. You're trying to do all these things. You're brigading me. You're swatting me. When that's not what the majority of people are doing. The majority of people are rightfully calling out your shit behavior. Was Dr. K... Is Dr. K brigading you, swatting you when he's calling you a narcissist? And saying that's like, you have narcissistic tendencies? Again, he's not clinically diagnosing him as a narcissist. I'm not getting into that whole debate. But when he's identifying that you have narcissistic tendencies as a self-preservation mechanism, because you're saying, oh, well, I'm wrong because of X, though. It's not because of them. Or they're wrong because they don't really understand the full concept. No, you're wrong. That is you. And it's his reaction to it that makes him the lolcow. Dr. K failed this targeting is far too strong. Dr. K is not good. I'll be very honest. I hate all of Dr. K's content. I personally think Dr. K is a grifter. I will openly say it. I don't give a fuck. I think anything like what he does on the platform is extremely performative. It's the same way I feel about Dr. Phil. I don't care that the Dr. K is like the woke Dr. Phil. I really don't give a shit.
Is he trying to be like is he like a therapist?
He's a licensed psychologist or psychiatrist.
But
lost his license because of the YouTube stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
Very famously. Famously.
I'll get my sentence out later.
I'm trying to explain to you because I don't know if you know.
I wanted to say my thoughts.
All right, say your thought.
No, I don't want to.
Say it now, Greg.
No, I'm going to the bathroom.
Bring us to pee. For those who don't know, Dr. K almost lost his license because very famously, Dr. K was doing what many considered therapy, even a review board, and a streamer named Reckful took his own life. Now, Reckful had mental health issues. The mental health issues don't negate or should not be belittled by the fact that Dr. K did the the TV therapy stuff on YouTube. That's just not what it is. But in my opinion, it's very harmful because you are setting a standard when you are essentially a glorified snake oil salesman. Doing it for television is in my opinion very poor. Yeah, Dr. Drew is one of those too. It's very annoying. For me personally. Did Dr. Phil ever lead someone to Alt F4? No, but he has like sexually harassed patients from what I remember. So like that's why he lost his license to begin with. Dr. Phil lost his license. Like he has lost his license in a state because I believe he had sex with a patient. It's a whole thing. Like you can look up why he lost it. It's kind of crazy. Again, I just don't like. As much as I talk about like the importance of therapy and things like that, I will till the day I die. I just don't like the TVification of healthcare because the only reason we do that, in my personal opinion, is because we're very shit at giving people healthcare resources overall, and so we show it on TV to make it a spectator sport. I will wait for Greg to stop peeing.
I'm here. I've been here. I didn't go pee at all.
How was your pee?
I didn't go pee. I lied to you.
Summary of how it all went bad for him before I try to explain, in my opinion, why it will never end in the way that most people seem to want it to. Here goes. Back about 5 or 6 months as of when this video gets made, Pirate Software was part of a classic WoW guild called Only Fangs. The guild contained a pretty hefty number of large streamers. That was like the whole purpose of it. And as a result,
I'm going to speed this up. My man is slow speaking. Holy moly crackatoli. I did not know. I've listened to this video like a couple weeks ago when it came out. I didn't know it was so slow. Yes, P-Gate chat.
Had millions upon millions upon millions of viewers for almost everything that they ever did. During the daily activities of the guild, Pirate Software ran into a situation where his group, or rather the group he was in, he wasn't the leader.
This is where he was roaching, chat. He was roaching.
Made some mistakes.
Pirate roach.
Being that the game is hardcore, if you die, there's no coming back on that character. You have to make a new one, which can take hundreds of hours. So after the mistakes were made, the group fractured and communication broke down. During the chaos, Pirate Software ran for his life and basically adopted a sort of every man for himself mentality, which didn't necessarily kill his teammates, but he probably could have helped save them.
Yeah.
Basically, he just played super badly. Okay, that's it. Well, when you're talking about the hardcore online gaming communities, that's like the card.
Yes, but that was not the issue. The issue was his behavior after that. The issue wasn't that he died and blamed the team. And yes, people have identified that it was bad coaching, but that wasn't the issue.
Disregarding his reactions to the criticisms is the bigger issue.
Yes. And the fact that he wasn't helping his teammates, which was a lot of people's complaints. That like he kind of refused to assist, from my understanding. He would later refuse to assist people to get their levels back up, which was essential for the team to still be in OnlyFangs.
Cardinal sin of group content. Okay, it's like the worst thing that you can do. Not to mention the fact that he purports to be extremely good at the game, which resulted in...
Hey, Pinker, thank you for the 10 Canadian, friend.
Thank you, Pinker.
For the pupper.
Thank you for the pupper, indeed. Thank you. If you want to donate to the Op Block today, you know what to do. You know what's crazy? Jay Aubrey just put out an Ashley Trevino video.
He put it out as Diesel.
Diesel went live.
So Diesel watched some of it for the stream.
Oh,
Very
did he?
funny.
That's cool.
Very serendipitous. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
In a tidal wave of criticism against him, on top of nicknames, everybody called him Roach, things like that, memes, and to be completely honest with you, whether or not you think it's deserved, harassment, okay? People harassed him.
Oh no. Slop News Network has reported that his second video is going to offer code reviews, as well as into his history of being a, quote, hacker. Ooh.
A lot. Now, I never talked about this back when it first happened because I could not possibly care any less. Some guy made a mistake in a video game, and everyone dogpiled on against him. But the narrative that took shape, which is really stupid in my opinion, because in a vacuum, the entire thing is completely...
What was that, Greg?
That's not what it was. He's still thinking that it's about him being shit at.
Yeah, it was never about that. It was about his behavior.
It's his attitude.
Yeah. It was always about his behavior. Like, why? Like, why is this the... How did this become the topic? Because you didn't do your research.
Unimportant. The narrative that took shape was that pirate software never takes accountability. People love that word. And that's the part that stuck.
But he doesn't. And his consistent dramas have shown that. His dramas within the last 6 months have shown that, though. What? It's like, I get it. Like, Upper Echelon's trying to be kind to another creator in the same space as him, but it's just factually incorrect. It's just factually incorrect.
Over the next few months, his entire online existence got torn apart.
Oh God, I'm gonna speed this up even more because fuck, is he slow? Not in a mentally handicapped way. He talks slow.
Wow.
People went back through his archives. They found out that he was almost certainly faking his playthrough runs for puzzle games of all things.
So we have one of those. He faked a very impossible to first time complete puzzle in the Outer Wilds.
Very possible. I also don't care.
Yes, that is the allegation. The allegation is that he faked a puzzle in the Outer Wilds, which is a game where you need to do loops, like time loops. And literally, I've seen the clip. I know the game. You do need at least 2 runs.
He solved the puzzle without the context.
Yes. Yes. He solved the puzzle without the context.
Looking up answers and then pretending to be oh so smart in front of the camera. People found out that he allegedly sent out DMCA strikes against an indie game that may or may not have actually deserved it for maybe using his...
Which he did. It didn't use his voice. It used it in a promotional video.
This guy didn't do any work.
No.
This guy didn't look up any of this.
Nope. He's just talking out of his ass.
Voice, but that's not really relevant for today. And something that realistically should have died off pretty quickly. That is the atmosphere of this is the popular person to hate right now. I mean, people...
And weirdly, even though you don't want to talk about it, you also had the furry ERP drama that showed him at a personal level when it comes to dating relationships being just as problematic and lacking the ability to be self-introspective, which is that's an oxymoron. Introspective is the word.
Is self.
Yes.
But also, he doesn't want to bring up that. He doesn't want to bring up his what else was it? His EVE Online stuff. He doesn't want to bring up his Second Life stuff.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to bring up his gosh, what else did he do? There's so many other things that I'm just blanking on.
And again, like, I understand this is not Upper Echelon's like style of content necessarily. But like,
if you're gonna get into it.
Yeah, if you're gonna get into it, highlight it.
People should have moved on pretty fast.
I don't think to be fair, I don't think Upper Echelon should take the video down. I don't hate the guy. I just think that this is just an ill-advised video to do off rip.
And if this you don't normally do this, if this is your first time doing this, we're 5 minutes in, and the information you've given us is already wrong by standards of every other video that has gone over this.
Yes.
So what's the point of this video if so much stuff that you're saying is already wrong? It's not even like a from my perspective sort of thing. It's just wrong or missing key details.
Yes, because it's Thor's actions after each drama. And if you're going to define a lolcow for your general audience, which I actually do appreciate, then you need to define why he is a lolcow, or why he is lolcow adjacent or has the gene, because it's his reactions to each drama out of it. No, I've already taken out my pitchfork, and goddamn it, I'm gonna use it. Pimenta, you always win that wrench every chat.
Every time. You earn it every time.
It sort of kept simmering down below beneath the surface. On a personal note, I think I do understand why that happened. Pirate software, for many people, is not a likable person. His mannerisms, his cadence, especially his attitude, it's all frankly weird and repulsive.
Yeah.
You know how sometimes when you meet someone...
Yeah, we're getting
yeah,
there.
you're getting there. Warmer.
You can't necessarily explain why, but you just immediately
No. You can explain why. You can explain why some people are just assholes.
really and deeply dislike them. Yeah, a lot of people feel that way about pirate software. Myself
But if you
included?
you know that,
kind of included.
so if you know why you don't like
Okay.
pirate software,
Yes.
then
Why defend him?
Well, no, it's not. No.
This isn't a
You
defense.
could still be fair. You could still be fair in your analysis of pirate software and its drama, because, like I said, I don't like pirate software personally. But I still like don't
Like the pedophile statements, like if it's not
pedophiles,
true,
zoophile statements. The lyric DMs are not how lyric 100% portrays them. In my personal opinion, looking at the body of evidence, all of those things, but like. What you just described is not the case. People don't understand why they don't like pirate software, because pirate software was very well liked until recently. Nobody like, yes, people knew he was an asshole, but it was just like, people thought he knew what he was talking about, so they accepted it.
I'd say the general public. Yeah, I would say the general public didn't. Obviously, if you dug deep enough, you would know. People who knew about Maldavius fig tree knew.
Yes, but like that's not what's happening here. What's happening? Like, you were able to identify why he was not liked. I don't think he was well liked.
He was well regarded.
He was well regarded to normies.
Normies, yes.
Okay. Here's what you have to understand. When you talk about a creator, I don't know about. All I know about pirate software was that he understood algos.
Yes, he got famous for his
he could be
algo TikTok
abrasive, but he's very correct. A lot of people are sometimes abrasive and correct.
Yes. He's just abrasive.
He's just abrasive and lying about it. People didn't know that he was being malicious with specific facts. Not only about himself, but about the things that he supports. It's kind of the same thing with he was well regarded in the industry and gaming YouTube, yeah. So like it's kind of like weirdly the history of Cinnabar. If you look at Cinnabar's actual history, which is like weird
up until
to say,
like 2024.
Yes,
she was in the good graces of
art
that,
commentary of the art meme community. Yeah,
and
like,
what is it? The animation community.
Animation meme community. Yes, like looking at it retrospectively, you'd think that that's insane to say, but Cinnabar 05 was well regarded because everybody in that community is a little bit crazy until all the pedophilia stuff came out. Like, that's just literally what it, like, and it's the same thing with, like, the way the ACC was before a lot of people covered it. Shit! So that's how fucking Lulcow was. Like, if you look at Lulcow in a vacuum of the ACC was and SEC was highly regarded, and it wasn't until the multiple fuck-ups, the predator hunting shit that I will always make fun of him for, as well as just Lulcow's like general demeanor in calls where he like quotes the Bible, tells people they shouldn't be born, like all of those things that like drew the ire of the commentary community before we got here. And it's why like people like Chris and people like Beckett covered him. Because like that's like the whole thing. Is like he did the weird accountability stuff in like the worst way possible sometimes. And they're like the Rosa call. The Rosa call is still indefensible to this day, even though he's tried to reach out to Rosa and Rosa will not accept his apology. Rosa has every right to feel that way for the rest of time.
Yeah.
It's just like how it is. Like, and that's what I mean. Like, you could have had that feeling about Lulcow, about pirate software, about Cinnabar, but it wasn't until it reached the general public did that like whole thing happened. Yeah, leave Rosa alone. Yeah. I get the innate need to want to apologize, but that's, factually speaking, doing forgiveness for you to feel better, and you should hold that shame for the rest of your life. Personally speaking. I came back and get ACC buzzword slammed. Yen, get out of that community. I don't know what to tell you.
which led to a sort of feedback loop where thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people who already disliked him previously felt vindicated by all of these discoveries, piling onto anything that they could see that would reinforce their pre-existing opinions. It's a vicious cycle, and Pirate Software was fully immersed in it. But the reason I'm weighing in now, of all times, is because something else happened. I'll keep this part short. There's this movement in video games spearheaded by a channel called Accursed Farms, a creator named Ross, who is highly intelligent, and I honestly respect him a great deal. And the movement is all about preservation of games. Lately, there's a problem where live service products can sometimes be taken offline completely, thus voiding the purchases that everyone made to begin with. And as an effort to fight against this, Ross led a pretty extensive campaign to actually try and get political representatives across the world to take notice and do something about it. But Pirate Software was an extremely vocal and bombastically pompous voice against that movement, right? There's stuff you can criticize about it, sure, but he was like one of the main critics trying to like rip it down and demean it. He came out with a couple of videos about how stupid it is, but he just blatantly misrepresented the actual goals.
Okay, you can stop the video here at 6:30. Video over, 6:30, done. Why are there more minutes to this video? Why? Okay,
Here's a montage that Ross put together of what that sort of looked like.
Oh shit, no, this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. No, eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours.
Yeah, Pirate Software misinformed his audience of the goal, which Upper Echelon identifies. So I don't know where this video is going. I forget where this video is going. I have pre-watched it. I just legitimately forget.
This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this.
I do love that everybody uses this entire clip that Ross used in its entirety. Like nobody has cut this. Nobody has cut it anymore. They use the exact same clip
because it's because it's just accurate. Oh no, is this Upper Echelon? Yes, Deep Sea Monster.
I dropped the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that.
I dropped the mask entirely. Wait, it's Greg's favorite quote.
Ass. The whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
Yeah, if you combine that attitude while being completely wrong on the merits of the argument with the realization that he was more than likely faking his own accolades with regards to complicated puzzle games and refusing to shoulder any responsibility in hardcore gaming communities, even when he objectively made mistakes, hopefully everyone can see the perfect storm that happened. Pirate Software had rapidly become one of the most popular online personalities to hate on. This is the part where I have to step back though, because believe it or not, I actually have a very good idea.
I won't indulge in your fetish of being shouted at, Fauci, so no dono. Cloudy won't come and yell at me. Let's chat.
Only you can yell at Fauci. My throat is shot. I cannot do it. Chat, you have to do this for me. Dono today, and you can bully Fauci on my behalf.
Yes, you
do
can.
Do it for Cloudy. Do it for me.
Do it for Greg. Greg is very sick. Bully me in your tips. Yeah, Cloudy's in bed. She's not gonna.
Yeah.
She's done for the day.
Of what he's going through. And I'm pretty sure that the end result of all this is an internet mob that will never get what they want, and thus can easily spiral out of control.
What do you think they want? Yen with the $4.99. Thank you.
Yen, you did it.
Better.
I don't feel better yet. We're gonna need more donos. Double it. Double it.
You fuck.
There was a meme in from that Ash Trivano, whatever her name is, where she was getting donos on TikTok live, and she was like, double it, guys, double it. She kept getting donos.
Double it, chat.
Double it. And I was losing my shit.
I will say this: if there was some way to yum on YouTube, I would try to make it work. I would, like, I know you could do it on YouTube, YouTube lives, like the shorts lives, but I couldn't. I don't know how to do this.
Even further, which it kind of already has. I just hope it doesn't get worse. So here's where I'm coming from. Over the years, like 7 or 8 years of doing this at this point, there's been
about an hour behind, but I've been writing my second book at the same pace Pirate is coding his game for the same time frame. LML. Neffy, if you see this part of the VOD, you have been healed. I will unsub if you become a TikTok robot. Yum.
Ice cream's so good.
Ice cream's so good.
No, I'm gonna do my own thing.
Times where I published something that made people angry. Okay, it's not exactly uncommon. I do that a lot. Typically, actually almost exclusively, the people that get the most angry and the topics that cause the most anger are about video games, go figure. Gaming communities are on a hair trigger and absolutely not.
Please, God, no. No, I wouldn't do that to you guys. I wouldn't do that to you guys at all. I just think it's really funny. I don't know, that kind of like streaming always fascinated me as like this is the worst the internet has ever done, but I respect it.
About anything that
I respect the hustle.
ever perceived to be even slightly disrespectful or negative towards them and their friends. Well, a couple of times where that happened, one in particular comes to mind most of all, after I had given my opinion about something, whether it be drama or the quality of a product or the behavior of developers, whatever it happened to be. After I had given my opinion, other creators would chime in and do responses to that opinion. In one case, the responses that were done, there were a few, I think, but one in particular caused the bulk of the issue. The responses that were done went semi-viral. One of them was like the most popular video that the content creator had ever posted on their channel, I think. And these responses, as well as the rhetoric that they used and the type of community that these creators had kind of deliberately cultivated for themselves, resulted in a completely ridiculous amount of harassment. I was getting thousands of messages wishing that I would get cancer, telling me to end myself,
Okay.
About what? About a video
A
game?
gaming topic? So, you're saying that you've received this level of hate, but you know why people dislike pirate software.
But you empathize with him for getting internet hate as well.
But what you but like from what I can tell, and people who watch Upper Echelon could probably tell me, the hate he received was unwarranted. It was about a gaming take. That's not why pirate software is receiving criticism. Okay, I will continue with the stream, I guess.
ridicule, insults. They even tried to find my phone number. It went beyond YouTube far as a platform. I started getting emails, Discord DMs, and basically over the course of like 3, maybe 4 weeks, it was just a never-ending constant stream of people on the internet trying to straight up harass me into submission with a critique about a video game. The people responsible for it will
But that's not the same.
And now I want to know what it was.
Yeah, now I want to know what game you
I'm
reviewed.
curious. You shouldn't be harassed, and you shouldn't be doxxed, you shouldn't be swatted
Yes.
for video game takes. But I am curious.
Yeah. So weird.
never admit that they're garbage or that their fans are garbage for doing it, and that the whole thing was absurdly blown out of proportion for the sake of views alone.
Yeah, no, fanboy logic is cringe. This is not fanboy logic, though.
That's also just an inescapable part of the online world. That's what happens when you come at things with an abrasive personality, which I did back then, even
Disavow, but this is different. Yeah. Yeah.
more so than today. And to be totally honest, I was just reaping what I sowed. And as big as it felt on my side,
I think he thinks the dislike of Thor is excessive. I would agree with that statement, and I myself agree that people hating Thor for being a furry or gay or bisexual
Or the voice thing.
or the voice thing is really stupid. I don't care if he fakes his voice. Like, I
streaming's a
agree.
performance.
Yes. But those should be the topic of this video, not how the video is structured. Do you know what I mean? Like the video is structured of, oh, Thor just gave a bad gaming take. Not Thor consistently and constantly has shown his ass, made not lapses in judgment, outright defamatory statements about people, and like threatened to ruin their life's work over what seems like a invested interest in something like Stop Killing Games not being successful. Is that an accurate way to say it, Greg?
It feels right. There's more that can be said, but that's good enough.
But I feel like that's like the basis way to to identify and understand it.
Mm.
Because like I think that's the thing. Like people are like acting like we're jumping down Pirate Software's throat for everything, and that's not the case. If I could show my ass as much as Pirate Software, I would be so happy. I want to be a stripper. But
you could do that.
Potato 80, you can be a stripper if you want to.
Pirate Software is going through something 10 times as long and 50 times larger than I ever experienced. Here's the part where I have insights, and also the part where I may genuinely offend some people, but it is what it is. That's kind of what this whole thing's about. Pretty much no one who watches YouTube without creating content for a large audience has any comprehension of what it's like to start getting thousands of direct messages and comments saying the exact same things over and over.
Okay, so that's all it is. So he just empathizes with him because he had a disagreeable gaming take, which I don't know what it is. He doesn't include it here, and so he thinks it's his situation is a pittance to what Pirate Software is going through, but does
Yes.
not, and has successfully acknowledged that there are things worthy of criticizing Pirate Software over, but does not expand on them like he does the minimal issues that I would say are minimal that people take umbrage with Thor.
Yeah, like it's just like not highlighting what's happening at all. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't like accurately highlight what's going on. Very weird.
They have no idea the mental toll that something like that takes on a person. And they all think, from a solo individual perspective, that their feedback matters or has value. But it doesn't. I know, I can already picture some people's faces turning beet red as they think, yes, it does, my opinion does matter, but no, it doesn't. And let me explain precisely why. Let's say you get 1,000 negative comments, where pretty much all of them say the exact same thing. They cite the same exact quotes, the moments of the video, they use the same exact arguments, and they have similar criticism about taking accountability. For each of those 1,000 people, it's the first and the only time that they said anything. To them, it's a reasonable comment that could have value, right? Because in a vacuum, it's the only one. But in reality, the creator reading those 1,000 comments reaches a point, even after probably a couple dozen of them, where they not only know what the next comment will likely say in some variation or another, they're already completely sick of it. Think about walking down the street and every single person that you pass says, your clothes are ugly, over and over. What do you think happens after a couple of blocks? After the 100th time that you heard it, what about the 101st time? Does that 101st time?
Yes, I agree. So I agree that the mass onslaught as a creator can be daunting. I mean, shit, I get shit for my takes or people's interpretations of my takes or their weird attempts at character assassination. Yeah, that's like an obvious statement. But the problem is that Pirate Software keeps throwing himself into it. That's all it is. He keeps throwing himself into it. Again, I disavow and criticize any type of swatting. It's really stupid and very dangerous. But that's not the conversation at hand.
Have commensurate value? Does it make you think about something that you haven't already thought about 100 times over before it? The answer is resoundingly no. It is a worthless comment. The 700th person to say it gets tuned out completely, or you just get angry at them, because you reach a point where the feedback has been given, it has been heard, and everything after that point in time is useless, repetitive, dogpiling trash. Viewers on social media have this blissfully mistaken assumption that what they say matters intrinsically, but that's not true. What matters is unique feedback. If you want to criticize, that's fine, but you have to do it in a way that provokes thought.
The problem is that happened twice with Josh and Charlie. And both, and in the case of Charlie, we see the DMs. I don't know Josh's DMs. But with the case of Charlie's DMs, Pirate Software didn't care what Charlie had to say. And actively was just being demeaning about it. What were you going to say, Greg?
I think Pirate Software expressed how their talk went, but I don't think Josh Trapeze went into it.
Yeah. That's an impossible problem with an impossible solution. Yeah. Like it's not what happened. That's literally not what happened.
Or provides insight of some kind. Because if it blends in with a fire hose of negative bullshit that's identical to everything that they've been hearing for weeks, indistinguishable from everything around it, a creator's mind lumps it all together and throws it all out the window. But that's actually one of the better scenarios. There was just a situation like 2 days ago, where a 29-year-old.
So this is the Save a Fox situation. This is a we discussed this in the Discord. I said that we're probably not going to cover it. I don't think that covering it is the right thing to do at this time, given the lack of specific information that is available. But like, this is a really listen. Snarks exists, trolls exist. That's not what I care about. But there is identifiable, like, other issues where it wasn't Reddit. It was people in this woman's personal life, in the community that she was a part of, that disliked her, as well as her own struggles with mental health. I swear to God, if this guy is going to say, well, the Reddit made her kill herself, I'm going to lose my mind, because there's no evidence for that. And you are now belittling this woman's suicide.
Wildlife sanctuary YouTuber took her own life in large part because of the online harassment from a subreddit where people
That's what? That's like, yes, I know about the snark trying to get at whatchamahoozy.
I forget his name.
Adam
Adam-
McIntyre. They were reporting him to ICE, which again, I don't think should happen. Let me make that clear. That level of harassment I don't think should happen. It's the same way I don't think the level of harassment regarding regarding CPS towards Ethan's children should have happened. Yeah, but Kayla's death is super complicated. Like, it's belittling it to saying, well, in large part to a subreddit. I don't know what to tell you.
People assumed that their critical feedback somehow mattered or should be heard. They don't think about the fact that being the 600th person to say, you suck at life, you shouldn't be doing what you love to do, or all of these things, can permanently damage someone's mind. And when we're talking about someone who gets subjected to hundreds or thousands of people degrading or demeaning them on a daily basis, not everyone can handle that. This is the important part, okay? There comes a point in time, what precise number, I honestly don't know.
Is his argument that we shouldn't be criticizing people because they could be harassed? Yes. Or the idea that you don't know why you're criticizing someone, but he is himself is not educating himself on why he's criticizing people. Doesn't make any sense.
But it's smaller than you would probably think, where the dynamic of comments or messages and feedback stops being human to human, if it's all overwhelmingly negative, that is, and it starts becoming human to mob. When that transition happens, speaking from experience here, by the way, there's a variety of outcomes. One, probably the most common, is depression, sinking into a feeling of worthlessness, which happens to a lot of creators in that situation. Hopefully they recover with time, they take a break, who knows. But for me, and I also highly, highly suspect that this is true for pirate software as well, for me it was stubbornness. After that transition takes place, when it's now you versus the internet mob, not humans to humans, all saying the same shit over and over, by the way, the mob is just like screaming the same things repeatedly, each thinking that because they said it, now you should listen to them. Once that happens, you grit your teeth and you don't give them a single thing that they're demanding. As soon as it's a mob screaming for you to grovel before them and apologize, at least for me, again, I'm like 99% sure this is exactly what's happening with pirate software too. As soon as it's a mob, they're not getting what they want. It doesn't matter if you were wrong, and me personally, I certainly was wrong, at least in one of my most notable situations like this, the biggest one, back a number of years, but it doesn't matter anymore if you're right or wrong, because the mob doesn't deserve the satisfaction. In my case, I had thousands upon thousands of people.
You had a bad game take. Pirate
It's
software
not really the same.
is lying about, in my opinion anyways, pirate software is lying about his feelings and invested interest in this type of thing not working. Her husband barely mentioned the subreddit, and that was what took off.
It's definitely not the same thing.
Yeah.
People screaming at me to
And yes, there were criticism lobbied from people, her contemporaries. That's what was straining on her in the online space.
take a video down, so I left it up. I had people yelling at me to apologize, so I ignored them on purpose. I had people telling me what to do or how to act or what to say or how to respond, so I did the precise opposite wherever possible and denied the mob any chance it had of ever claiming victory, even a shred, in any capacity whatsoever. My version of surviving what felt like a never-ending stream of filth directed my way, or winning against it, I guess, was to make sure that these people got absolutely nothing in return that they wanted. And it worked. Eventually they gave up. They had no impact on me. They got no concessions. They received no apologies. They got literally nothing. And while I'm certainly not going to sit here and say it's the best way to respond in a crisis, no one watching a YouTube video actually knows how they would respond in that same crisis until it happens. And most people have not gone through this. I see that same exact response right now from pirate software.
But he's
actively fighting these people.
And
he's actively fighting people in comments. He's actively trying to do takedowns on people's video games and possible YouTube channels if card posting has
yes
the proof.
And he went to coding Jesus's video. And again, this is late. Like, this is a little bit like laid on.
A little removed from the current events, sure.
This is last month. It's the 26th of last month, but like Pirates thought they were still doing this to Accursed Farms and other people like other people critiquing him. It's not the same.
It's very much not the same.
But it's happening on a scale that I couldn't even dream of. His defense mechanism after the shift has taken place, where it's now a ridiculously large internet mob all against him individually every second of every day, whether deserved, undeserved, right or wrong, it doesn't matter anymore. His defense mechanism is, I will not cave to this mob, which, unfortunately, results in one of the largest torch and pitchfork-style internet hate brigades that I've ever personally witnessed.
But he's always been like this.
On the bright side, if I'm correct here in the interpretation that he has a similar fight-or-flight style response compared to my own, if I'm correct here, then he will properly understand, deep down inside secretly, that he was objectively wrong about the Stop Killing Games initiative in a year or 2 or 5.
No, he actually tripled down.
He
literally just tripled down.
He said, I hope you get everything you want, or everything you need, but nothing you want.
Nothing you want. Oh, Upper Echelon, you were, again, this was the 26th. But Lord, was this very bad and far removed.
5 years. He may even come out publicly and say it. I was wrong, or admit it, who knows. While in the meantime, though, adjusting his content behind the scenes in a way that incorporates the lessons learned from this debacle silently. However, short-term, a rabid mob of internet viewers hell-bent on shaming him and publicly forcing an apology or a retraction, or I don't even know what they want at this point. It feels like they just want him to have a breakdown. I don't think they know what they want either.
I don't think upper Echelon is necessarily being disingenuous. I think Upper Echelon is being stupid. This is just stupid. There's a lack of awareness of the situation. I don't think it's intent. When someone is disingenuous, I think that they're actually being intentional. I think he's just at the time. Now I don't know what he feels like now, but at the time he's just out of touch. Even by the 26th standards, he's out of touch.
It's just popular to hate him. But if I'm right about this, they'll get nothing. And to a degree, I actually kind of support that. I don't think the mob typically deserves to win. At the end of the day, Pirate Software was objectively wrong in his critique of Stop Killing Games. Like, just on a factual basis, he got a whole bunch of things wrong. But that overly confident criticism just so happened to coincide with an atmosphere shift where hating Pirate Software is the trendy thing to be doing. As a result, millions upon millions of people have now seen his content under the worst contextual circumstances.
But you identified why people don't like them and why you don't like him. The issue is that it's such a it's just a
So do you then change your viewpoints on liking or disliking him dependent on how big the mob is?
Yeah.
I mean, what does that mean? Are you just counterculture?
Yeah.
at every step of the way? I don't know what he's saying.
This doesn't make any sense. Like, the way he has presented this video inherently doesn't make sense. Like, he's shooting himself in the foot by not realizing it, because he starts the video being like, listen, I understand the mob, blah, 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 blah. And I don't like Pirate Software for all of these reasons.
I agree with you, but also cut him some slack.
Cut him some slack, yeah.
Maybe Stop Killing Games should die.
Yes.
Maybe you shouldn't. Like, what is he saying?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Because the thing that we wanted was Stop Killing Games to succeed.
Yes. And I think, like, to be fair, it's like, so Upper Echelon takes issues with people, quote, brigading him. Yes.
Clearly.
And he feels like it's a hate
but
mob.
But I'm curious as to why it happened. Like, what? Because he said it's happened. Okay. Whether like, definitely it's brigading bad. But what did he say? Like, what is the context of that?
And it's also, like, not for nothing. It's like, brigading is bad. But, like, you do have to identify that, like, when we discuss brigading, it's, hey, perfect example, right? There's a clip from Dean Withers' stream. If you know some of the poll space, you know who Dean Withers is, where he's talking with a father. Now, the full context and stream I couldn't find while Chris was going over it live. I hope that like comes out, because I would like to see the full context of that stream. But it's like a discussion of beauty pageants and the father not wanting his child to go to a beauty pageant. And then he's like, all of my audience, call CPS on this family right now. Get his picture, do a reverse image. He legitimately says this, do a reverse image search on Google, find the Facebook so you could report him to his local CPS office. To, like, hundreds of people. And again, I don't know the full context of it, but seemingly it is in response to something he or his wife did not say regarding beauty pageants and Trump buying into them again. Again, I'm not saying I don't like beauty pageants, and the father was saying that he wouldn't let his child go into a beauty pageant because he doesn't like them, but he thinks parents have the right to choose if their child does something or not. Which, again, I don't like kids in a beauty pageant, but, like, this is not, that's brigading. That's targeted harassment. This is not that. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I like how he makes like British said, I like how the argument that he made is brigading is bad. But doesn't show evidence of anyone brigading him, rather people just calling Pirate out for his bad behavior or mocking him for it. Yeah. Yeah. And again, people that are, listen, I make the jokes because I'm on the fucking internet and I'm trying to be entertaining. I don't care that Pirate Software is a bisexual or gay, like a gay furry. I don't care. That's not why it's not why I find him annoying or inconsistent or detestable, if I'm using
repugnant.
a word. Repugnant. Thank you, Greg. Repugnant. What I find disingenuous is his whole platform of being for the people as a dev doing live game dev, not doing the live game dev and actively supporting a counter to a movement that's supposed to be consumer friendly without really reaching out to the guy and then offering maybe some critiques to offer a dev perspective.
And there's not even like a counter movement to stop killing games. He's the counter movement.
Yes.
Like, in actuality.
Yeah. The counter movement is CORPOS!
Leaves him with an immutably stubborn response to a brute force-minded internet mob, which continues to linger, possibly even grow larger, month after month, constantly circling back stronger after each new skirmish with them. I don't even know if there is a valid way out of it for him at this point. If he did issue like a thoughtful response and apologize to everyone, it would take a monumental shift in coverage from a slew.
Which he never did. Which he has never done.
He does not know how to be humble. He cannot is it eat crow or whatever.
Yeah,
he can't
eat crow.
He can't align his sword. He can't enter your.
He can't enter the Matrix. He doesn't go into the Avatar state.
He doesn't go to this school.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, he's shown time, but at this time, I'm pretty sure he didn't show any of those things to begin with. Is so Star Wars furry? No.
Have you watched Star Wars?
There are humans in Star Wars, other potato.
Yeah. There's they're primarily
and humanoid species.
Of creators all simultaneously to even make a dent in the current narrative. But the final message...
Does furryism exist in an interstellar world?
You mean Star Wars?
No, just in general. Like,
do they have native
does a furry exist
personas?
In a... No. Does a furry exist in the world of Mass Effect? Where there are sentient species and interspecies relationships?
Well, so the thing about furries are you're not really basing your persona off of sentient species like that, right? Because sentience is based off of like human
Hey,
consciousness.
Lazy, what's going on? Pirate Software is such an interesting rabbit hole. I remember seeing his shorts and liking them because I liked his voice and thought him explaining in MS Paint was funny. Yeah, like, that's what I keep saying.
He's definitely ridden off that high,
yes,
off of that goodwill, and squandered it to the majority of the internet.
But like you were saying, but I think I get what you're saying. The fursona is your personal sona, so furries would still exist because it's not necessarily the attraction to another person's fursona.
Yeah.
What a interesting. Do furries exist in the stop time? I think I broke my brain trying to understand if the concept of furryism exists in a Mass Effect universe.
Well, because if you think about it, like, they're humans. Mass Effect humans are Earth humans. So furryism would have to have existed.
Chat. To all of my people in chat. Yes, the Zagrean are the... Lazy, how do you know that? Lazy, are you...
Well, there was
Star Wars nerd?
In episode 4 in the cantina, they just have a guy in a wolf mask.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, chat. Is the Na'vi living your fursona?
No, That is Dances with Wolves, but blue people.
No. Is the Na'vi when Jake Sully goes into the Na'vi? Is that his fursuit? It's the Na'vi
no.
Jake Sully's persona.
That's bad. He's literally skinwalking. What do you mean?
I mean, what? It's Pocahontas. Everyone's saying yes. Wait, you and your boyfriend go through Star Wars? That's awesome.
We were literally. I don't know if I talked about it with you. I was talking with somebody else, but I was literally talking about doing that with some people. But it is exhausting.
Me?
It is exhausting.
I'm the big Star Wars fan. Do it with me.
It is exhausting. Do you know how many shows there are? Do you know how many shows that are
We
good?
would have
there
to
are
do the show.
few.
Okay. We would not do the
Well, no,
shows.
we'd have to. That's the thing.
No.
That's the thing. No.
We would go. We would go in movie. We would go to movie order, and take breaks. We would take breaks between movie order to look at some of the television shows. Greg is right.
Simic Combine. I love your name.
Greg, favorite Star Wars character right now? I already know what it is.
Who is it? Oh, I'll write it down. It's Kid
Babu
Fisto. Who did you
Frick.
think it was? I hate Babu Frick.
I know, but it's the name you always say.
Babu Frick should have been the name that everybody said for Glubshido.
It's like you do it. You do it like we say Glubshido, and Greg is like Babu Frick. Like that's what he say internally. It's so funny. We don't say Glubshido internally.
Real answer. I said Kid Fisto. I love Kid Fisto.
Kid Fisto's good.
Can breathe underwater.
Who's my favorite? My favorite Star Wars character is what's her face? She's in the second game.
Padme Amidala.
No, she's in the second game of Star Wars.
Okay, hold on. So
Jedi
if I'm gonna name anybody,
Knights of the Old Republic. What's her name?
Andor is definitely good. If you're gonna remember anything, I really liked Andor.
Yeah, but
Blue.
who from Andor?
Andor, Cassian Andor.
You know, I haven't watched Andor.
It's really good.
I didn't like Rogue One a lot.
I keep thinking about it.
I really didn't like Rogue One.
Rogue One is shit in comparison to Andor.
I really didn't like Rogue One.
After watching Andor, it makes Rogue One look better, but also worse because Andor is so much better.
I know, you keep telling me, and I'm like, fuck. Public 2, which I know it's okay. Knights of the Old Republic 2. What is your name? I already know my favorite. Well, no, it's not Revan actually.
Kreia?
Yes, it's Kreia. Kreia's the best character in the whole fucking series. Kreia, best character. Kreia, best character. Listen. Chat. You don't know this about me, but I do love a hot old lady. I really do like a hot old lady. It's a problem. It's a real problem. Unironically, when I was looking at, because I know Greg is playing the Persona game.
Yeah.
I literally sent to Greg, hey, can you please pull this hot baddie, this old 72-year-old hot baddie?
Thinking about I gotta play it.
Because I'm not playing I don't like. I personally can't stand gacha games. Yeah, Bar Jade is very good.
That I have for anyone who watches this video is that none of you actually know what it's like to go through that. I don't either, to be honest. Not at that scale. Okay, that's like a whole different thing. The little bit that I went through was already bad enough. But even the situation that I dealt with came down to personal resilience in the face of literally thousands of people who wanted nothing more than to just watch me suffer. Thinly disguised, by the way, under the claim of just provide.
You love anything that is
nailed down. I did it. Is that what the chat said? I didn't read it.
No, read Cool Anime Girls because I'm not reading it.
You love anything that is old enough to.
That's an insane statement, which is over the age of consent. Listen, are you like 25? That's as low as I'll go. That was such an insane statement. Cool Anime Girls, why? emoji? That was just diabolical. What am I supposed to do? Any chance you'll react to the bad take on Doom Eternal? Maybe later.
Providing
Was that what it
feedback
was?
Wait, was it a Doom Eternal bad take? That's hilarious.
British, is that why people sent him hate?
That's funny if it was Doom Eternal. I will seduce Falgi one day. I mean, yeah, sure. DMs are open.
Yes. That's amazing.
That's hilarious.
British wants to tell us lore.
British,
Do we have
come and tell
time?
lore real quick, buddy. Because I'm trying to end the stream right after this. Get in sub chat. Get in. I don't remember what chat.
He can hop in one of these. We'll find him.
Well, I don't remember which one is the creator waiting room chat.
There it is.
Hey, British, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going
Oh,
on?
shit,
Like,
you're fucking loud as shit.
oh, am I? Oh,
Yeah, I'll turn you
You're
down
fine
on my
for me.
end.
You're fine for me.
Because I raised him the last time he was on stream. Okay,
oh,
what's up, buddy?
okay.
Tell
Well,
us this
apparently
man's
the
terrible Doom Eternal takes.
well, I haven't seen the Doom Eternal take, but like from what I've seen from another video, he basically had the take of the Marauders in Doom Eternal were too hard, and that's why the game sucked.
That's it?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think. Like,
Okay.
I'd have to. I mean, I'm currently watching Griffin Gaming's take on it, so yeah.
That's fascinatingly boring.
Mm.
But I mean,
Yeah,
but I
but-
mean, like that's like the most fanboy thing I've ever heard. That it's just like that is the most like fascinatingly boring. Like you're comparing your shitty Doom Eternal take to this guy trying to kill a movement. What does that even mean?
I just think it comes down to poor research on the topic that you're talking about, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Himself, he doesn't really do this.
Yeah, I think you just
Yeah.
like if I have a look at his channel, like because I do listen to him sometimes.
Yeah.
He's more of like I would say more game political type sort of deal.
Yeah,
like,
I saw.
from what
I
can
saw some
tell.
of his. I saw some of his. I'm not really gonna listen to the end of this video unless he said like, hold up. Let's listen to this part of the video because it's just the most played.
Just some criticism. Like, no, they just wanted to watch me suffer. And the same thing is happening to him. Okay, it's a bundle.
Okay.
Which leads me to the understanding that while pirate software is today's internet villain for a multitude of reasons, some of them definitely valid, and it's extremely satisfying to have a collective villain, not to mention lucrative for many creators. I mean, the ad revenue is huge for.
Oh my god.
What?
Brother,
This-
we're all making content. Of course it's lucrative. Why do people do this?
Yeah, everybody has this take. It's fucking stupid.
Brother, you make, and I quote, you made a Jeffrey Epstein video. You made a Tesla video. You made an AI video. You make topical
Luigi.
videos. Like, what are you talking about?
I guess you could make. I guess he could make the argument. Well, I make it to provide in his channel, his about channel says to provide informative content, sort of thing. But you're still getting like money off of it, aren't you?
I mean, like,
So
if
everyone.
If I gotta be honest, your channel is doing extremely like not too well. In my like if I'm looking at it, he has like 700K. Like he has almost he has 750K, and his videos are not even breaking 100. Like his most popular video was this pirate software video, and then the Epstein video because it hit the algo. Otherwise, like
67K on that one.
Yeah, like,
but then
these are
380
not-
for
like
for
I
the
assume he's
finite.
doing like semi-weekly uploads. Yeah, he's doing like weekly uploads, but like they're not great. Like this is a 3-month-old video. 41
the other one.
views.
This Chat GPT one though, it has 34K. Like
Yeah. Like this
Could it
giblification
be-
stuff. Like
Could it be like from the Assassin's Creed Shadows thing, like the inevitable excessive hate sort of thing? That seems to be like kind of like maybe he thinks that you guys are like anti-woke channels and you're just targeting another developer, right?
I guess somebody
Yeah.
thinks I'm a woke channel, and I find that I find that to be incredibly funny because I've never
Well,
said that once.
it's just a thing. The gaming community does look down upon drama community. So
Hey, cloaked on it. No. There's another. I was told that another drama creator thinks I tout myself as a woke person because I say soy, and it's like, no, I am. You're incredibly woke, darling. No, I'm not. I don't like that moniker. I'm progressive, sure, but woke, no.
Yeah,
That-
people who are
I know you-
actively people
sorry, Greg.
actively who are no people who are actively like understand. Sorry, my cat's yelling at me. We don't use woke. Woke is like a dog whistle for
Yeah.
for can I say this racist thing?
Yeah,
If
yeah,
somebody's
yeah.
calling somebody woke, can I? It's like, can I? How do you feel about the woke? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
woke is a we don't use that term to describe ourselves.
Yeah.
If that's even the
Okay.
case.
I could tell you some of the most bizarre things I've heard anti-woke channels say.
Well,
Yeah, but it's like, again, like I wouldn't. But and I get what you're saying, like calling like people who like dive into drama, like yeah. At this point, like woke is just a pejorative.
I'm just saying I could see if that would be his argument, sort of thing. Like that's
well,
how he perceives it.
I definitely agree with what you're saying, though. I think that's pretty accurate. I think that's just like, hey, Ashoka, what's up? I think that's like the op block is DEI.
That's
to
true.
be fair, we are all minorities.
Even if that is the case, it just shows how poor research he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's just it's just incredibly poor research. It's like being
I mean, you could have just reached out, could have just
Has
reached out
woke
to someone and actually had a conversation.
Has woke replaced SJW? Yes.
Yes, 100%.
I would agree. I feel
I
like
would
that's
agree.
the new SJW.
I would agree. Hey, Zay, what's up? But no, it's like, but that's like the weird. I think that's the weird thing when looking at, because this is not like Andy Pants, because a lot of because Andy Pants does the thing where he does the anti-woke grift a little too hard, that he kind of fucked himself into a corner because he released like a game with like depictions of CP in it, which is insane, by the way. The way.
Yeah.
But like to then establish that like, oh, the hate mob, because like I feel like that's what Upper Echelon wants to say, but Upper Echelon won't say, is that people are not attacking Thor because of his takes on Stop Killing Games, which are actively, in his opinion, completely wrong. What he's saying is that people hate Thor because of his identity. Which may be the case for some critics, like a Smash JT or whatever. But like that's or like a Craig formerly from Screw Attack. I don't even know what the fucking that thing is called now. But like that's not why people are criticizing him. The majority of people criticizing him are over everything else. Are you gonna do a code review? Zay, no. From what I understand, the gentleman who made the Slop Journalism channel thing, he's going to do a code review in his history of Pirate Software's claims about being a hacker.
Nice. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Hopefully it is dumbed down enough so I can understand what it means.
Anyway, what were you talking about? You being soy, Falgi? Like the other night, I saw you on Diesel's stream. You were giving it the big man.
I am no. I am comparatively soy to everybody else. It's the running joke that I am too.
I mean, you were
things
just
way too seriously.
you were sitting there just popping punches everywhere you went.
Brother, please. Don't do this to me.
He has the soy block BFB.
I do have the soy block BFB. It's like, I am soygy. The chat knows I feel way too much.
He has so many emotions.
Nice.
Italian.
I felt like you were
I love
evolving
when a
into
joke
more
is constantly explained. God damn it, honey.
I just felt like you were just evolving into a more powerful Digimon, that's all.
You know, maybe one day. Maybe one day, you ass. You ass. You soy. I am. But yeah, like, but again, like, if that is, but if that's like kind of the way that it's kind of like done. I know Philosopher kind of Fauci. I think all this guy is saying is that Thor, if you want Thor to admit he was wrong, having him up telling him is wrong is going to not going to admit talking to one person. Yes, I understand that.
Yeah.
I agree with that sentiment. The problem is that it's backdropped in this idea of people want a villain of the week. And then that comes to people's feelings about accountability culture, as well as then how further it comes out regarding his personal identity.
And it
Because
disregards valid
yes.
criticisms of him.
Yes. It will devolve further and further into that, because you can't address those people by saying people who don't like Thor based on his identity, like, that critique should be out the window. That's not what this is about. You can identify that and then go into hey, listen, I don't like this about, like, but I understand why people like feel this way about Thor off rip because of my personal grievances with him knowing his content. Yeah, I'm sure there are bandwagoning people on Pirate Software, but I think UE is actually one of those people one of those people by not researching better. Yeah, like it's a weird thing where it's yeah.
Like maybe it's like he went into it with his mind already made up, sort of thing.
Yeah, I think so.
That could contribute to the bad research.
Yeah, well, he actively feels
like
Thor's plight for being harassed.
Yeah, it's just like forcing a conclusion, basically.
You know what it is?
Or reaching for one.
Sure. I think a really good way to put it is upper echelon is in the pool, but he's in the deep end with floaties. Like, he knows how deep the water is, but he doesn't want to go all the way down.
He's dipping his toes.
Yeah, he's just dipping his toes because like, he's wet enough because he has personal feelings about it, but he doesn't want to go underneath the water to like actually see what's going on.
Yeah, he doesn't make that big of a statement.
Yeah,
which is safe for his channel. Sure.
Yeah, it's a safe take, but like I think I'm curious what the consensus on the people are saying. Stop killing games.
Allegedly sending BBC. He literally,
Yep, he said like he was gonna send it.
Yep. It's almost as if Thor has interest in sabotaging Stop Killing Games. I'm sure he doesn't have a company that has its feet in live service games. Oh wait.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so rather important context was left out about the Roach incident. Yeah. Before the incident happened, on multiple occasions, would go in and critique how other people were playing mages and reacted to almost the exact same incident. Yes. That is a whole thing, is that Thor was critiquing other people's gameplay. And then did the thing he was critiquing people of, because he would constantly tout himself as the mage to be all mage.
Look 2 down.
This one?
Yeah.
Upper echelon losing the plot for the millionth time. Dude, no, Pirate Software is getting what he deserves. Just because he got a lot of negative attention doesn't mean that it's undeserved. It's called the consequences of his actions. Yeah, like, I would agree with that. I think that that's
maybe
pretty much...
Maybe, I mean, like, the first part, maybe Upper Echelon is known for kind of getting lost in his thoughts. I don't know. Or rambling, or maybe his scripts get away from him. I don't know.
Like, safe takes.
Sure.
Bro already has a reputation. Yeah, it's like kind of like a thing. But yeah, I don't understand this. I don't really understand this video. I'm sorry. Like, and I don't dislike Upper Echelon.
No.
I really don't understand this video. I don't understand the point of this video. I just don't.
I'll agree. Harassment bad, brigading bad, doxing bad, swatting bad. But other than that, like, he's rightfully getting criticized for the correct things. People are going to be dumb about him being gay furry, but like there's bigger fish to fry. The people that care, they know there's bigger fish to fry when it comes to Pirate Software than him being gay furry.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, I think that's... Cal, I know you sent stuff to me, but it's like 1:30 in the morning here. So I think I'm going to end stream. Cal, thank you very much for sending us some of the clips, some of the shorts of just Pirate Software, kind of just going back and forth on being Pirate Software. Again, like, I feel like this disregards the active slandering campaign and all the other things in regarding to Pirate Software's behavior around being criticized, which is ultimately the biggest issue. But I want to thank everybody for coming out. I want to thank Greg. I want to thank our friend, the British Runner.
Thank you,
for
British
doing the
Runner.
thing.
You had a video. We were talking about it. Promote it. Do it now.
Yeah, I made a video on the Dead Space Deep Cover audio series that didn't get much traction, so pretty much just saw it as a open market. So I made Chapter 1, the Dead Space lore, Dead Space Deep Cover Explained, Chapter 1, where I go through the lore, the analysis of the story, and basically explain what's going on, really, for the people who haven't watched it or listened for it.
Oh yeah.
Where I also provide a link to where you can go and watch or listen to the audio series as well.
Please support our friend, the British Runner. Makes very good commentary stuff as well as really great gaming videos. I'm looking forward to listening to that at work.
Streams
as well
very
as streams
frequently.
his beautiful the what the heck is it called?
Streams.
No.
Video games.
Speed runs. Thank you. I had a
Speed
brain
runs.
fart. I
That's
had a
right.
brain fart about the speed run. Chat, we're gonna be coming back up if not Friday, Saturday, and that will be the day we do our true crime analysis of Theranos and Elizabeth Holmes. I'm looking forward to that stream. I need to watch some of the docs on it before we get to it, but it's a really, really interesting story for those who are not aware of what Theranos was, who Elizabeth Holmes is, and all of that. I have no idea. That's why I'm so interested. It's
Zane,
super interesting.
Wait, is Zane
Zane
European?
is not American.
Yes. Okay, that's why you don't know. I'm like, oh my god, no wonder. Okay.
Yeah, it is one of the most interesting stories of like an MLM Ponzi scheme thing regarding medical technologies in a long time. It's what if startup but medical bad.
Yes.
It's
and
so good.
Very bad. Super bad.
Super bad.
Like you illegal, you can't do this bad.
Yes. Like whistleblowing. But we're going to not give it away. I want to thank everybody for turning out. We're going to hit the end card. Is there anybody to raid you guys into? Is anybody currently streaming right now? I don't see it. I don't know it. Who knows it? About it. Get your last tips in if you want to tip the stream, if you want to support the op-block, if you want to feed the dog, if you want to support Greg's illness. Because Greg is very sick, chat. You don't know that Greg is very sick.
I'm on the mend.
You could raid into Chud if you just stay live for another 6 hours?
6 hours?
Yeah, you know what? I'm not doing that. Chat, there's nobody to raid you guys into. I want to thank you guys very, 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 very much. Remember to like the stream. And goodbye.